Hello and welcome to the FIFA 21 Global Series West Asia Regional Qualifier. My name is Kyle Walker and I'm excited to be here. FIFA 21 is here. The competitive season is back and it's not just me that will be with you today. Oh, no. We have Mike LaBelle joining us as well across the world. I'm in Manchester. Mike, you're in New York City. I mean, we're used to traveling together, but here we are remotely, just like the Summer Cup series, but we're back doing this from our homes.
First of all, it's nice to hear your voice and to see your face because it's definitely been a very weird 2020. I've also decided on a random side note that I think I'm going to go jumpers for every event that we do in December. So if you want to join me, I thought that was the team memo that we had, but I don't see nothing.
I'm not cool enough to wear any Christmas jumpers or anything like that, but we are getting close to the holiday season, but we are kick-starting the FIFA 21 Global Series competitive season. So let's talk a little bit about that, Mike, because the new game is here, FIFA 21. It's a new season. We know that the last season ended with the Summer Cup series, so it was broken down into regions. And here we are once again in our regional qualifiers, and it's going to be an exciting season.
Yeah, I'm super excited because I feel like with this regional tournament structure that it allows us now to get a glimpse of a lot of different players, and this is going to be a great example of that we may not know everything about. These might be guys that get a lot more opportunity to really shine and really create a name and create a brand on their behalf.
Yeah, definitely. And as you can see just here, we have different qualifiers for the different regions. There'll be 5 across different ones, will be 3 in others, and then you've got the playoffs, and then everyone makes their way to the FIFA E World Cup. That is where everyone wants to be, Mike, isn't it? These competitors, they're here to win that trophy at the end of the season.
Yeah, regardless what competitors tell you, at the end of the day, it's make or break. Did you make the FIFA E World Cup? Were you in the top grouping? Do you have a claim of saying, I'm not only the best for my region, but I'm one of the best in the world, and this is your confirmation? You're welcome.
Yes, indeed. Now, if you're at home and you're watching, you're thinking, I want to get involved in the competitive action, well, you can do from the comfort of your homes as well with the PS4 Open Series. Yes, these are a series of tournaments, weekly online tournaments that culminates in a monthly final. You can see just there, it's for all skill levels, competing against your friends and rivals for unique rewards. Compete online for prizes ranging from unique games, specific dynamic themes, avatars to in-game currency and cash prizes as well. Yes, show me the money. Those who play in EA Sports FIFA 21 have a chance to show off their skills to friends and rivals in a weekly broadcast, also hosted by PlayStation. And you can go to that competition center, and all you need to do is go to compete.playstation.com and sign in with your PSN ID.
And the competition center is really your one-stop shop when you're looking at integrating into everything, whether you're looking for tips, you want to get involved in tournaments, you want to see all the top players, what they're doing, what's different. Everything's really smooth. It's integrated. I think at this point, the majority of us have gotten used to this inclusion with PlayStation, but if not, go to compete.playstation.com, get locked in. It's going to be a good vibe. And like I said, you don't have to go to a bunch of different places. Everything has been integrated into the console. We're good to go.
Yes, everything is being done remotely. Everything's being done from home, including the PS4 Open Series. Plus, we want to hear from you today, all right? So if you're at home and you are using social media, like all of us, well, make sure you do join the conversation at EA FIFA Esports. Make sure you use that hashtag FGS21, FGS21 right there. Now, we've also got something brand new for the FIFA Global Series 21 season. Yes, we have our FIFA Global Series swaps for you all right? So during the FIFA 21 Global Series, you have complete control of your own viewership rewards. For the first time, you will receive guaranteed rewards for watching the best FIFA players in the world compete at the highest level in the different regions. Simply link your Twitch and EA account, watch at least 1 hour of FIFA 21 Global Series competitions live on Twitch on those select weekends that you can see, and you will receive 1 FIFA Global Series swaps token per weekend, and you can see exactly what you can swap those in for. It's super important. Link for EA and Twitch accounts. Make sure you get that done. Watch an hour of this competitive action, and then you can be rewarded with that swaps token right there. Right, Mike, we need to jump into this because we're talking about the new season. It feels like it's really kicking off now. There's loads of events to come. But I'm excited for this one. We're at the West Asia qualifier just here, and these are some of the competitors that might not even get to showcase their skills normally, but they're allowed to this time. They're here.
And we're going to learn a lot about this region, the types of players, and we're missing some of the household names because they did not qualify. So this is going to be a complete underdog narrative in many regards, and I am looking forward to it. I always get really excited at the beginning events, mainly because I don't know the meta at the competitive level. A lot of us do not. We're watching and we're figuring out, well, what works and what do I need to adjust? And the weekend league gameplay is one facet to FIFA. But when you're looking at pro versus pro, it starts to shift a little bit. Whether you're looking from a tactical breakdown, some of the different formations that you're going to see, the in-between, the intricacies, all those details, and you have to be clinical.
You do indeed, and that'll be the case for all of the competitors in all the different regions over the season. And we can have a look at that calendar right there. This is how it will be panning out. This is what it will look like. We've got the West Asia Qualifier 1 this weekend, then South America Qualifier 1 this weekend as well. Then we've got Europe next week, North America early January, as well as Oceania. Plus, we've got East Asia the following week. It is a jam-packed next 6 weeks. That takes us up until January 17th. Catch all the action at twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA. Or you can see it using that hashtag FGS21 as well. Now, Mike, we need to focus on this tournament right here, okay? Because it's double elimination. We've got a winner's bracket. We've got a loser's bracket. We're going to be seeing some of them in action today. And it makes it more exciting because if you lose, you're not out just yet.
That's right, and it's pretty self-explanatory. When you look at a winner's bracket, you keep going, you're going to get yourself into the grand final. The big portion that you're going to note here, or that you should note, is if you do lose a game, you've got a second chance to get or to reach that grand final. However, you would need to win twice, and that's the big advantage of being in that upper portion of the bracket. But I always love having the double elimination because we know a lot of competitive players are slow to get started, and this gives you that extra chance, and it's not unreasonable. You know that you're in the money, or you're knocking on the door, that you can just put together a little bit of a run, and you can find yourself back in the grand final and then put pressure on your opposition.
You can indeed. Right, let's have a look at the winners bracket for this tournament, the West Asia Qualifier number 1. This is how the winners bracket looks right there. We've got Lusail Al Raish taking on Amrabat FC, and we've got M3 taking on 25 Mashal. They'll be battling it out for a chance to go through to that final, and then they'll try and get that finalist spot right there. But if they do lose, they will drop down into the losers bracket. But for the losers that are already in there, well, this is it. They need to win or go home. We can see we've got A Juve 9 taking on Yasser, and then we've got I Mamba Mentality taking on Kayad HM. That's round 1. Then we've got round 2. Then it's round 3, and then they make their way through to the final. Mike, it's a much more difficult task these guys have got, isn't it, if you're in the losers bracket?
Yeah, if you start in the losers bracket, you definitely have a bit more of a grind, and you don't necessarily get that free game or that free opener where maybe you can start a little bit slow. I might have got ahead of myself earlier when we we're going through the bracket. But at the end of the day, you're kind of playing with house money to a certain regard. A lot of people don't expect you maybe to come up to the grand finals, or they don't expect you to go for a run because you already are sitting in a position that is not quite as advantageous, especially if you're playing the percentages. But we've seen all sorts of different types of scenarios and variables that have come into play when we're doing the Summer Cup events, where players came up from the losers bracket and really made a name in that regard. And then in other events, they coasted through the winners bracket and nobody was touching them. So it can go either way.
It can indeed. Right, let's have a look at today's schedule. This is how the first day of the West Asia Qualifier will look. Up next, we've got Lusail Al Raish taking on Amrabat FC in that first matchup of the day, the winner bracket semi-final. Then it'll take us through to another winners bracket semi-final, M3 taking on 25 Mashal. Then we've got the winner bracket final, and that is when we start after that, the losers bracket round 1, which we'll see A Juve 9 taking on Yasser, and then I Mamba Mentality taking on Kayad HM. And then we've got our post show as well. So Mike, it's another full day. I'm just happy to be here. You can see the smile on my face. It's exciting. FIFA 21 is here. We've had so much talk about it. We've had such a weird and strange ending to last season. And now we're here in a blink of an eye. We're kicking off the new season.
Yeah, I woke up early. I beat the alarm clock this morning. That's how I'm feeling for the gameplay today. I'm telling you, I like that unleash, that announcement, that opening event or events that really kick off the year, because that's when everything gets a little more serious. That's when you're going to see the tension. That's when you're going to have more of the breakdowns and the analyzing of all of these details and particulars that allow players to reach that next level.
Yes, indeed. Right, let's get talking about the first matchup then. We've got Lusail Al Raish taking on Amrabat FC. I mean, Mike, we've spoken about how these competitors have really got a chance to showcase themselves on the world stage. It's the winners bracket semi-final number 1. I mean, for these guys, they're going to want to keep on winning and take that momentum through, aren't they?
Of course, and I'll be completely transparent. In this region, we're used to seeing the likes of an MS Desari or a Mr. Dunn or the Royal. None of them qualified for this event. So we're going to see new names and new faces, and they're going to do a lot for their careers here. Whoever wins this event, not only are they starting out the year with the Global Series points, a little extra money, but this is starting to set the tone saying, hey, I'm actually one of the best in this region. Because I still remember before any of us really knew about MS Desari back in 2017. He came out of nowhere. He was the young guy. And we could see that as more of a transition period. For FIFA 21, I was looking at some of the qualifiers for Europe as well. A lot of names that we just don't recognize that don't have some of the competitive history.
Right, we need your predictions then, Mike, all right? You're the analyst, you are the expert, you know all about it, so I'm going to follow you, I think, in this one. So, Mike, quickly give me your predictions, because I know the casters, they're raring to go. They're waiting to give theirs as well. So, Mike LaBelle, who's winning this one?
I've got Lusail Al Raish is going to be the winner on my end. I've got a good vibe. I also might have a little more insider information. I've seen some like behind the scenes. I like what he's been able to put together. So I'm just throwing that out there. I'm not going to ruin anything, but I think that he's going to come out on top.
Right, I think I'll follow you. I'll follow suit with you on this one with my prediction as well. I'll go Lusail Al Raish, but Nate and Treaders, they'll be the ones taking us through the gameplay throughout the day. So Nate, I'll come to you first, all right? Mike sees himself as a bit of an expert. He says that he's got the inside information, but who are you going for?
Look, I can't stand it at all when we all jump on the same horse, when we all back the same player to win. But Al Raish, for mine, has that esports org backing him. And as we've seen last year, the year before, maybe more so, having that professional development behind you really gives you the edge.
It does indeed. I love that when our names pop up, it's got all our different cities as well and how far away we actually are from each other. But the beauty of technology, we're so close. Treaders, who are you going for?
I'm going to be backing my man Amrabat FC. I think I've just seen enough in the VODs previously, and I think I'm going to back the underdog in this one. I think y'all can back whoever you want, but I'm going to go off on my own.
All right, you go off on your own. You do that. It could be a great thing that you've done with that one. Nate, Treaders, we'll leave it to you. Let's kick off the West Asia qualifier number 1. Over to you guys.
Well, look, thank you so much, firstly, for having us. Kyle, Mike, we're back. FIFA Esports is here. I know a lot of you are watching for various reasons. Maybe you're a little bit upset that the big Ladasari isn't here. But it's such an exciting moment, isn't it, Treaders? Because all of these competitors get a chance to announce themselves on the big stage.
Absolutely. They're playing for an absolute maximum of 800 FIFA Global Series points. There's only 3 qualifiers for this region, and so getting that first place can set up your entire season. Only 8 spots available for these players to go through in the qualifiers.
And yet, obviously, we're doing it a little bit different to maybe how you've seen in previous years, splitting it up into the different regions. What does that change for these competitors, apart from, again, getting that extra opportunity for a bit of exposure?
Yeah, the exposure comes with a little bit more pressure, more people watching. For some of these competitors, well, for most of these competitors, this is their first major event. First event where they're in front of a massive audience of over 20,000 people watching. Every mistake they'll see, every bizarre decision you make, or every great decision you make, everyone will be watching, waiting for you to see if you can announce yourself as one of the top players in this region.
We're out here on the digital pitch, the digital stadium. Note I've got a bit more equipment than yourself there, Treaders. Big boy league commentator. Make sure you find a remote if you can. We're very excited. It's so good to be here. And one thing that Mike said earlier that I think was an excellent point, and you're sort of going down that path now, is weekend league is one thing, but big events like this is something else completely.
For a lot of these players, they find that they compete better against the best of the best. They just don't have that stamina or that ability to stay focused for long periods of time. We'll see whether their drive to get better in Weekend League pays off, or have they spent more time in scrims?
Well, we're here for the West Asia Regional Qualifier 1. This is the semi-final number 1 of the winners bracket between Al Raish and Amrabat. We're quite excited to see how it pans out, how the meta unfolds. Because again, Mike, I feel like I'm pumping that guy up way too much, way too early, Treaders. But we don't really have an adjusted meta yet, let alone the different metas across the world.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see whether these guys in their region play a certain style of FIFA, or whether they play a style that's we're more accustomed to seeing across the regions. We saw Emis Dasari bring out the offside traps when he was playing, and that's something that's seeped into a lot of the regions, and we're already seeing, just as I mentioned it, the offside trap being brought out.
Keep that high line. It comes with a little bit of a risk, but the reward can well pay off. Ball into the middle. Player switch. Keeper takes down the player. And Van der Sar's looking cranky. And just like that, the first scoring opportunity of the FIFA Global Series proper. It's Neymar with the staggered run. Straight down the middle. Van der Sar making amends. And indeed, the competitor behind him.
I'm quite surprised to see Van der Sar still on the pitch after that last man challenge. But it is what it is. Another break coming here. And he might have missed the penalty, but he does make good on that goal.
And so it's Mbappe, not Neymar, who is the first goal scorer of today. I know a lot of different people are watching for the competitors. Some of you, no doubt, watching to see the best football players controlled on the digital pitch. And Mbappe and Neymar, Treaders, we're going to see them at time and time again.
Absolutely. Those two players will be some of the best players. And there's squad restrictions to think of as well. They can't have all the best players. You can't simply jam all the best icons in the game into your team and hope for the best. We'll see some of these players maybe taking a little bit of a unique approach, but Neymar and Mbappe will be the ones that we see the most. As we see another chance, Douglas Costa, a name we're not used to seeing on the global scene just yet, in the global FIFA scene at the very least.
Treaders, I'm a little bit worried about how these predictions are going already. You're the only one who has backed Amrabat. He's looked very good early on. Obviously, there was that penalty, but there was a good through ball, that late player switch to get the opportunity initially, and then created an opportunity straight off the back of the penalty save. And maybe this is just part of the difference going from weekend league to a big tournament.
Potentially, we saw Al Raish. What I saw in the VODs that made me think that Al Raish might not be up to the standard of Amrabat was the fact he makes quite a large amount of mistakes in possession. But in saying that, it doesn't mean that Amrabat's prone to not making mistakes, as we see a mistake of his yet punished very well by Al Raish, and we go to 1-1.
Perfect timing on that. Thank you, Treaders. Just to make it equalize at 1-1. And just like in football, in FIFA, it can be the mistakes that cost you at the end of the day. You see fouls and free kicks really being given on a soft side as we just hold on that thought for one moment. Another opportunity, this time the save from Courtois. But back on that incident where De Gea took out the player, I don't believe a card was shown. But in FIFA 21, it does feel like perhaps yellow cards and definitely red cards not shown as much as in previous iterations.
And for someone like me who likes to get around the snap or be snapped mentality, it's always nice to see some respect given for some little bit of more brutal play, some more heavy sliding challenges.
A friend of ours might call that Brexit football. Mbappe, little ball roll, touch from Sanchez, a little heavy, collected a little more calmly this time by Van der Sar.
The gameplay between these competitors seeming a little bit heavy to start with. Potentially, because we're playing at home, we don't have that smoothness that we get when we play in a LAN connection, so the players' own internet connections are playing a factor in this.
Dancing into the area. Neymar this time for El Raish comes to naught. But we were discussing it before live. Hold that thought one moment. The goalkeeper throw straight to the opponent. Few step overs, cut back. Neymar in the bottom corner. And Amrabat got the early lead. Al Raish making it 2-1 in quick time, and perhaps just needed those early minutes to settle. I'm so sick of seeing that celebration, by the way. I've just had absolute flashbacks to Weekend League. There is nothing worse than losing very late in the game and the big four-man dance comes out.
Give me more four-man dance as we see the press being triggered. Amrabat being forced back. We're seeing a lot of mistakes in possession early on, something that we're not quite accustomed to seeing on the world stage. A lot of players opting to use a more, I guess, conservative style of football, conservative style of FIFA. But these two competitors looking to make those difficult passes or just being read. As we see a lovely opportunity.
Goals aplenty. Amrabat equalizing it to 2. Neymar, the first time finish, was never going to miss. You see Al-Raish, evidently with his coach, I believe, alongside him, a little bit in disbelief at what's just happened. Amrabat, a picture of tranquility. 2-2. And there's one thing that FIFA 21 is going to give us, Treaders, and personally, I'm happy about it. Lots of goals.
Absolutely. Lovely ways to finish, all different scenarios with finishing, and we might be seeing that Amrabat may literally be a picture of tranquility in this situation. I doubt that he's staying that calm and composed in every single one of these situations, but you never know. He might be the most composed FIFA player we've ever seen.
As we approach the first half, at the end of the first half, rather, of this first leg, Amrabat again on the attack, holding it up, maybe waiting for that stoppage time opportunity. The shot lacking a little bit of power. Goalkeeper with a comfortable save. Short corner out of play, and we'll do it all again. 30 seconds remaining. He keeps trying it, and it keeps not working. 3 consecutive turnovers to finish. But hey, what entertainment we've had. 2-2 at the end of the first half. Al Raish and Amrabat going at it. Amrabat scoring first, and you can see there, it is the latter dominating possession. But as we've seen so often, in fact, it's probably one of the first tweets I made about FIFA 21. Possession is a myth, Treaders. It's all about that counter-attacking football being as efficient as possible in getting up the other end.
I didn't quite get the chance to take a look at the pass accuracy, but I would imagine it's not quite the 97% pass accuracy that we're quite used to seeing in previous years. A lot of through balls being attempted, longer balls, longer passing, trying to get that ball out of the danger areas at all costs.
As the competitors look to settle into things, the opening there for Amrabat deciding to take that extra touch and allowed Al Raish to get his defender over and make the challenge. These competitors generally preferring 2 strikers formations. Al Raish, the 4-1-2-1-2. Amrabat, the flat 4-4-2. You are going to see the 4-2-3-1 and the 4-2-2-2 come out at stages as well. You can see the 2 strikers there for Amrabat not contributing to the defensive play. He's going to try and use whether they're defensive mids or just pure center mids to manually move his opponent to those wide spaces and back and across. The big question being, can Al Raish be calm, composed, find that pass into the box and the finish? And he can't on that occasion.
And we're seeing a massive long ball, hoping for a mistake from the goalkeeper, but it just does not come off for that time. Some interesting tactics employed, potentially trying to catch the players off guard in case they were to play a team press. But in that situation, they were able to get back in time.
You are going to see Van der Sar leave his penalty area, sometimes under command and sometimes not. Jazz FIFA streaming his weekend league today, conceding 2 because Van der Sar went on a journey and the goalkeeper stranded once again. Quite a simple finish. Lionel Messi on the left foot is not going to miss that one, and it's Amrabat back in the lead.
Great little 1-2 connection there, finding the through ball, and I'll be interested to see what Al Raish does in response. whether he drops his players back a little bit further or he continues to stick with the high line. We're seeing not too many interceptions from him. A lot of passes just getting through, especially on the counter-attack.
Some good deep defending. And the counter-attack this time broken down. The pass was there a little earlier. Unfortunately for Araish, taking a little bit too long to press and play that through ball. His opportunity to respond. We've seen step-overs be so effective in these early stages of FIFA 21. No doubt something that the developers are looking at as Vieira picks up a yellow card for Araish. Out wide, looking again for that pass into the box, the cutting edge. Cross this time, missed. Player running onto it. It may well have been Messi. Missing it completely. Maybe that player switch just not occurring in time.
I'm quite surprised to not see that shot end up in the back of the net. As we see Araish plowing players forward. A lot of runs to track as we see a ball roll, lovely composure, and a simple through ball ends up with a goal.
That ball roll is the composure I know I'm lacking in Weekend League, but here on the biggest stage in the West Asia Regional Qualifier 1, that can be the difference between winning and losing, and on that occasion, the difference between scoring and not scoring. Who better to do it, by the way, with than R9, who I know quite a few competitors, certainly in our region and no doubt across the world, are trying to get their hot little hands on because he just don't miss Treaders.
He really doesn't. And we're seeing that 4-4-2 diamond really coming into effect. So many options for passes.
That occasion, the wrong pass being picked out. Trying to go back inside, easily taken, but credit to both these competitors. We were saying in the pre-show, maybe even before live, without Dasari, there is a wonderful opportunity for these competitors to stand up and make a name for themselves. As I take a moment to take a breath, goals at both ends, lead changing this time and that time. And this time, once more, it's Lionel Messi on that left foot.
And the goals just seem to come out of absolutely nothing. A simple through ball that in previous years we wouldn't quite see get through. Maybe a goalkeeper might rush out, goalkeeper movement. But in FIFA 21, once you're through on goal, if you have the composure to pick the finish, and if you've worked on your finishing skills, it's quite straightforward. You'll, most of the time, 90% of the time, dare I say, you'll score a goal.
He really did wait to play that through ball as well. I thought it might have been on a little earlier, but picking it to perfection, dinked one over the top, and a lovely flicked on finish. Goodness gracious me. First game, we've got a Lionel Messi hat-trick, passing and finishing perfection.
Incredible little dink over the top and a great composed finish. The players were being pressed. Al Raish did more than enough to get the ball, but Amrabat simply too good in the final third at the moment and making him pay for the mistakes that he is making in possession.
Plenty of time to respond, of course. We'll look to do so immediately. And again, the competitor's not missing. Happy just to skip, by the way. I've got an extra goal to get level. That was Mbappe on the left, and it's 5-4 with about 10 in-game minutes still to play.
And it's just been goal after goal, barely a second for each of these competitors to take a break, or take a breather rather. And we're just seeing everyone going for it, trying to make the most of the counters and passes just not being read, a lot of space being given, and that's just resulting in so many easy through balls and so many easy options. They've got to get closer, or got to get closer to the ball carrier in a lot of these situations. But regardless, they can't be letting that through ball get through, and whether that's something to do with their custom tactics or in their direct play style, we're just seeing a lot of space given and a lot of decision-making time given to the players unless the defense is entirely set.
There's a very early through ball, threaded through perfectly. Ball roll, keeper moves out of the way. And after looking like he could control it until the end of this first leg, 2 late goals for Al Raish means we're all level at 5-5.
That's what we've just seen is just absolutely insane to me. He was 2 goals up, and all he had to do was hold onto the ball and not concede 2 goals on the counter attack. But instead, what we see is he does exactly that, giving up the ball in bad positions. And in FIFA 21, I'm just in shock that he hasn't been able to see this one out. 2-goal lead, especially towards the back end of a game. You don't need to be up by 3 goals. All he needs to do is be a little bit more responsible in possession.
Maybe he was waiting for that opportunity in stoppage time and may still get one. The one-player slalom run. Good tackle at the end of it. Al Raish can breathe a sigh of relief. And we can maybe catch our breath here too. Jade Shredders, it's good to be with you. My name is Nate Patrick. What a first leg we've just seen. I've already run out of ink on my first pen. I'm not even joking. I need to get a second one. 5-5 after the first leg. Did you see that coming?
I mean, not really. I thought it was going to be a little bit more close, or even a blowout one way or the other, but not 5 goals apiece. I thought when we get to that high-scoring game and we get to a high-scoring goal percentage, or someone gets 2 goals up with less than 10 minutes left, the best thing to do is just see it out. But unfortunately for them, we're just not able to compose themselves enough.
We're taking you back to the highlights, the replays of that first leg. The missed penalty. I don't often like it being called a missed penalty, by the way, because he hit the target, but goalkeeper stationary, saving it. And then Al Raish not liking having conceded early with some picture-perfect passing. But the finishing, Treaders, the keepers haven't had many saves to make. Every finish into the side netting.
These players are so good at their finishing games. And as we're seeing, so many opportunities on the counter-attack with players just simply outnumbered. And again, brilliant composure from the Kuwaiti man.
I do really like that extra touch, the extra ball roll on occasion to make sure you get a better shooting angle. And this one, surely the best of the lot. The dink through ball over the top. Lovely finish on the turn. And then this at the end, just when you think we've seen it all. The seas parting, the player running through to make it 5-5. Treaders, are you still feeling confident with your pre-match prediction? You're the only one choosing your man, the 3 of us sticking together. Have you seen something to change your mind?
I mean, the one thing that would make me change my mind is the fact that he managed to give up a 2-goal lead, and he just didn't seem to possess that little finishing touch, that little 1% extra crucial ability to close out the game, which is such a big factor when you're playing against an opponent of Al Raish's stature. I think if he manages to get 2 goals up, we'll see whether he makes that adjustment or if he continues to play the same way, trying to score as many goals as he can and giving up goals on the counter-attack.
It's just leaving those 2 strikers up front that maybe baffles me a little bit. I know it's a 2-legged affair. Maybe you're thinking I'll go in 6-3 or 6-4. Surely, at the end of a game, you've got that 2-goal lead. You go to a 4-2-3-1, wide or narrow. I don't really mind which, but basically getting that extra man into the midfield to try and lock things up.
We weren't even seeing Al Raish use a team press to try and steal the ball back either. It was simply just him turning the ball over in possession and finding simple through balls to make Amrabat pay.
Did look way too simple, way too easy. You wonder maybe there'll be an adjustment on the custom tactics. Maybe you bring that line back in defense. I know a lot of these competitors, again in Weekend League, which is what we're going to reference a lot, having been predominantly what they've streamed, what we've seen them playing with 10 depth, that really high line, because particularly against maybe less talented competitors, it's more possession for you. It's more pressure. Every mistake, every touch that they're going to make is going to put doubt into their minds. But surely, when you hit this next level, we're in the semifinals if you're unaware, maybe you bring that back a little bit and force your opponent to make extra passes, extra dribbles, extra decisions.
It's just an incredibly bizarre play style for mine. I think maybe you might be onto something. Maybe the tactics have been taken across from weekend league and not adjusted to the quality of players that they're coming up against. I think that's such an important thing for these players to understand, these competitors rather, to understand that these players will make, these other competitors will make them pay for the mistakes that they make. It's not as simple as capitalizing on your opponent's mistakes, because they're not going to make nearly as many mistakes as the competitors that you play in weekend league. The difference is night and day, and it's just insane that we're seeing exactly the same play style. I think as the tournament goes on, these competitors will realize that, and we'll see more conservative play styles, more controlling play styles to control what you can control.
This is a massive opportunity for these competitors, the big rigs of the scene, if you like, sitting this one out or having been dumped out. And it means for these two, Amrabat and Araish, the opportunity is there to stake your claim and say, I am the best player in this region. I will be your champion. And after the first leg, we are no closer to finding out who that champion will be. 5-5. The second leg is underway. This is Amrabat in the yellow, holding it up. You can see, looking for that forward pass, which comes out now. Amrabat, keeper moves out. Excellent decision to control that centre back and make the crucial challenge.
And we might see Al Raish capitalize on that turnover, as we've seen so many times before. Somehow manages to keep that ball there.
Kuwait versus Saudi Arabia, the two nations represented here in this winner bracket semi-final number 1. If you are just joining us, don't worry, you haven't missed too much FIFA esports action in terms of minutes, but you have missed quite a lot in terms of goals. Run down the line, the attempted cutback, and then the turnover and finish. When in doubt, kick it out. It doesn't happen on this occasion, and that is a freebie.
Just another lack of composure in possession there from Amrabat. Seeing time and time again, both of these competitors making mistakes in possession. Maybe Al Raish, as you pointed out in your predictions, the ability to have that organization and that coach in your ear playing such a large factor.
Able to defend well on that occasion. We will, of course, reference the competitors being the two gentlemen behind the controllers and the players being the players in game. If you're new to FIFA esports, these are ultimate teams in every sense of the word. You see those names pop up down the bottom, the best players from around the world. And indeed, they are extremely valuable foot items in games. You can get them through packs. You can unlock them through objectives and get them into your team. They've got a link well on chemistry, meaning from the same club, nation, or league. And when it's all perfectly in sync, tell you what, you won't have too much more fun playing a video game. Right now, we're having a lot of fun watching one. That through ball played a little too late. The striker running through that line. And hey, we talked about the dangers of a high line, Treaders. There's one of the advantages. Through balls need to be played nice and early, otherwise your whole defensive line will be stepping up, particularly if you play an offside trap. As the fullback is caught out here, Al Raish cut back straight into the defender, and the other attacker stumbles into another defender.
And we might see Amrabat make up for that mistake from Al Raish not finishing. Quite an open game, this one. Players dropping back, enough space for I nearly said a finessing from Messi.
Save that one for when it happens, Stratus. I'd like to hear that later on the replay. Get yourself going viral on Twitter, why not? And it's Al Raish again with that long through ball, perfectly weighted, ball roll, left foot. And for maybe one of the first times today, we haven't seen the perfect finish to match the perfect build-up.
He's just so good on the ball.
Straight away down the other end. Amrabat, this time it held up quite well. I believe that's Walker. My eyes don't deceive me. Quadrado coming across to help out Su. And it's an immediate turnover. That switch from wide midfielder to wide midfielder can be very dangerous indeed. This time it's the fullback helping out. Normally you'll see those fullbacks on stay back while attacking. The back four working in unison, and then you try and use your defensive mids and centre mids to manually make the challenges. The 4-on-2-on-2 working well in creating this attack, and the player indeed goes just past the post. Heavy deflection. We wait to see which way that one did go. Short corner taken immediately. Some really good manual dribbling coming out of both these competitors. Araish maybe more so. Treaders, sometimes you want to look for those passes. The ball will move quicker than the player. But if you've got those step overs down and a few other skill moves, you can really bamboozle your opponent.
100%, and we're seeing Al Raish really grow into this contest, showing why he's the top seed in this bracket. Just so good in possession at the moment. Amrabat simply can't get close to him. As we see Al Raish, the moment I start talking him up, commentator's curse kicks in, and Amrabat goes down the other way.
Don't worry, Treaders. I'm waiting for my first one to arrive. I'm sure it won't be long. Sometimes these competitors look just so composed, and all it takes is a moment, a rush of blood to the head, as Coldplay might say, and it's all over. 4-on-4 here. Mbappe in Chelsea blue. I don't like it. Turnover resultant. And as you say, after that first game, very helter-skelter now. Things a little bit more calm. It doesn't mean they're not going for the through balls, but the defense is up to the task. This one a little wider. One-on-one, excellently read by Al Raish. Would have been very tempting to just block off the middle there and take him wide, but he read that perfectly.
That is an incredible read, and the counter-attack is deservedly on here for Al Raish. Potential for a foul there, cutting it back across, space for the shot, blocked, and the keeper cleans up.
Courtois not troubled there. One of the goalkeepers you'll see on repeat today. The longer keepers generally working best, at least in my humble opinion. Shout out Nick Pope. There's Araish again. You just see the defending stepping up. Sometimes it can be very tempting to leave the defending to your AI, but if you're backing yourself and you use those maybe more forceful tackles with the L1, LB tackles, you're going to win that ball back with a little bit more certainty, Trent.
100%, and we're seeing that ball cleared out, and the stats really show Al Raish's total dominance over this second leg so far. That 4-2-3-1 allowing a lot more control, not only allowing him to play on the counter-attack really strongly, but also enabling him to control possession and control the pace of the game.
Second half of this second leg underway. My pen literally running out of ink after that first one. I normally try and record the goal scorer, the name. Normally we get some replays, but these competitors are here to put on a show. In that first leg, they did indeed. In the second, so far, it's been a show of a different kind. Excellent defending, particularly by Al Raish. Amrabat, just one behind on aggregate, more than possible to get into this game and indeed to win this game and stay firing in this winner's bracket. Here he is trying to create the attack, that pass sneaking through. The opening there, the keeper comes out. When is he going to shoot, Treaders?
The shot was there, but Amrabat overthinking it a little bit, overplaying it a little bit, and we'll see Al Raish look for a brilliant long ball from the goalkeeper. Jordan Pickford-esque, dare I say.
I'll allow it. I do believe as well, I might have said L1 with the hard tackles. That would be R1, of course. Dancing into the area, good defending again. Trying to compose ourselves here for what we feel like is setting up to be an exciting final climax to this first game. Indeed, this first semi-final in the winners bracket in the West Asia Regional Qualifier number 1. Can Al Raish extend his advantage? Can he break through? We do feel like Amrabat just defending those passing lanes a little better, and right on cue, there's another excellent piece of defending.
And we're seeing, as predicted in between legs, a lot more conservative tactics employed in this second leg, and I believe we'll see this a lot more as we go on.
Potential opportunity, maybe just being stalled on at the moment. You can see Al Raish cueing a pause, not happy with something. You can set a lot of custom tactics up, just flick them with a switch of the D-pad, chooses not to, chooses to play on. The goalkeeper comes out, but the unfortunate rebound, I guess it's unfortunate if you're Amrabat, it's beautiful if you're Al Raish. There's that celebration once more, and there is Neymar once more.
When you get that ball into the area, into such a good position, as Al Raish did, the first shot from R9 probably might have been able to go in, but he was unable to beat the keeper. But the follow-up shot, too good. Goalkeeper out of position. But that build-up from Al Raish, so patient, just waiting from the mistake from Amrabat, and we may see a couple of more opportunities for Al Raish to score in the counter-attack, as we saw in the first leg.
I'm a little surprised. I'm already happy to see the 4-2-3-1. And after that first game, I needed a moment just to calm down, get a grips to what we were seeing. And I feel like maybe that switch to the 4-2-3-1 has done just that. However, opportunity for a goal not taken. Maybe trying to play an extra pass, take an extra touch instead of hitting shoot. Now things calm down just a fraction. A 2-goal lead to the team in Chelsea blue. Now really they can try and play this one out, keep possession, pass it back and across, unless your man Treaders decides really to go gangbusters and maybe bring out that team press.
Absolutely, and we may see that team press kick in at any stage soon. Amrabat potentially saving that stamina for a final burst after the 80th minute. We've seen 2 big opportunities with his Messi at the top of the box, but not too much more than that at the moment for him.
Does feel like a bit more of a press is starting to come out, and that means opportunities in behind. Neymar spinning back, cutting across Mbappe, dancing through, great save from Courtois. Maybe Mbappe looking for top bins and not finding them. A chance maybe at the other end, a beautiful sliding challenge, however, from Gomez to get that ball back.
Great read from Al Raish. He's making a lot of those this game, preventing the counterattacks that Amrabat was really utilizing. And in response, Amrabat overplaying it, taking too long, really trying to make that possession count when he could simply play a lot more simpler.
Interestingly, bringing the fullback out there when he didn't need to has resulted in a through ball for De La Felle. Not happening. Walker with the interception. Once again, every time it looks like there is an opportunity for Amrabat. Al Raish, that little bit more composure, maybe that little bit more skill as Neymar is through, in on goal again, waits for it, ball roll, left foot, bang. That surely is this game sewn up. It is now 8-5 on aggregate.
I'm more than happy to take the L on my prediction in this one. Al Raish showing that he's simply a much better competitor than Amrabat. Not to say that Amrabat hasn't had his chances, but he simply has not made them count in this game, overplaying, and a lot of the mental side of it, with Al Raish winning the ball on the press, winning the ball high up on the pitch, and making the mistakes of Amrabat pay. In fact, this game could have been level, 7-7 after 2 legs, after 70 minutes. But Amrabat unable to make his opportunities count.
He will surely look back to the end of that first leg when he had that 2-goal lead. He saw it evaporate before his eyes. And now he's staring at his first L alongside Treaders of the tournament. Hopefully, for Treaders, it's not his last. As Sissoko making the interception. I want the crown, Treaders. I got that photo up on Twitter as soon as I could, and I want it to stay that way. Prediction King. Neymar is through. Keeper moves. Near post finish. You do feel like it might be too little, too late, because there's only really stoppage time remaining.
And I believe that Al Raish's tactics will simply play too strong into the hands of controlling the game. And Amrabat will let this clock run out.
He does try to press, but the press is in vain. Al Raish showing his quality there, particularly in that second leg. But really, it does feel like that momentum, Treaders, completely swung at the end of the first.
Yeah, absolutely. Those 2 goals that Amrabat was up at the end of that first leg, he should have made that count, but unfortunately he was unable to.
Unable to, but we'll look back. We'll get that other chance, additional chance, however you'd like to say it, of course. And I can't wait to hear what Kyle and Mike thought about that one. Lads.
Well, I've got to say, Mike LaBelle is here for one reason, and one reason only, because he is an expert. He knows his stuff. And Mike, I don't think you could have predicted it would have gone the way it did, but he got the win in the end. And we've got to say, me, you, and Nate, we all got that one right.
Well, yeah, I was going to say we get to gloat a little bit here because Treaders definitely would have made us feel a certain type of way if he predicted the upset and everything as you see. I really feel that the coach helped out a lot as well with Al Raish, where you could see him celebrating, you could see him talking to him, and he made big adjustments between the 2 legs as we're going through some of the highlights. But there were goals galore and a little bit of everything. And we saw a very attacking gameplay style from Al Raish, which made it really easy from Amrabat to make a lot of opportunities. It was often one pass. Once he beat the midfield or he was able to beat that initial press, there was so much space to work with. And in that first leg, you just never knew who was really feeling more comfortable as we saw goals on goals on goals. And it was a mix of mistakes. We saw the step overs. We saw some of the skill moves, the stop and go on cue. There's the layoff. Neymar never going to miss from an opportunity like that. And I was really impressed with this Messi as well. It made me a little envious. I saw that he, of course, got this to the player pick, the red Messi, and he scored everything. Every opportunity that Messi had on that left foot, as you would expect in real life as well as virtual pitch, he converted. He finished. Look at the through ball, the composure, the ball roll, the goalkeeper. Don't shoot, you wait for your moment. And as I was saying, it was just action on action on action, end to end. And I think most of us, after we saw the 5-3 lead taken here from Amrabat, we were saying, okay, maybe he's going to wrap this up, set up shop. Look at this goal from Messi. But that was not the case. And this is really what made this game or made this matchup, as you see a beautiful bridge dribble, brand new skill move, universal skill move, something you have to have in your arsenal. The final through ball, the ball roll, goalkeeper movement way too early. Kyle, help me out in the second leg, please. This has been a mouthful.
Mike LaBelle, when these 2 competitors go head to head, what you see is literally it was head to head, end to end, and at times it felt like they'd both been watching all of your videos. It was a skill moves masterclass from them, and they were really just waiting for the mistakes, Mike. It felt like actually they were capitalizing when the other player made a mistake, and what we saw was once those mistakes were made, the finish. Oh, I mean, every single time they put them to bed, and we saw Lusail Al Raish really take his time and take his moment, and he wasn't afraid. He was going down in the first game. He knew what he was capable of, and we can see here, Lusail Al Raish, 16 shots, 16 on target, less possession than Amrabat, 47.5%, pass accuracy 88.5%, tackles 23. I mean, when you look at that, Mike, you can see why it ended up being 8-6 to Lusail Al Raish right there. He did dominate, but it was definitely end-to-end, and that's why we love FIFA 21. It's exciting, it feels like, Mike.
Yeah, we have not seen an 8-6 matchup in quite some time. Last year, it was a much more defensive game, often ended up with more possession play. And we're seeing a lot of goals here. And if you were to review that first leg, I know we went over many of those opportunities. The reality is, because Al Raish was playing so offensive with a narrow 4-1-2-1-2, he made it where he forced Robin to have to score goals, to have to go forward. There wasn't a lot of possession play. We did see adjustments in the second leg, and that might have been more of a coaching maneuver or a tactic where they said, hey, we've got to change the pace of this game. We already had our 5-5. Let's shift this. Let's put somebody under pressure. And you saw he was able to close it out. I don't want to say it was an easy second leg, but it was a much more convincing performance.
It was indeed. I will quickly just say, Nate, he needs to calm down a little bit about the predictions. Yes, he's got the first one right. The predictions king thing, that was so FIFA 20, Nate, all right? You don't need to worry about that. It's FIFA 21 now. And we do have another match coming up next. Yes, we've got M3 taking on 25 Mashal. That'll be coming up very, very soon. These two going head-to-head in another winners bracket semi-final. These two do not want to lose, but if they do, they drop down into the losers bracket. It is not that much of a big deal. It's double elimination. You need to lose 2 to go home. But of course, they'll be hoping that they can keep that winning form going, that momentum moving, and we will have that very shortly, just after this break.
The game is on. A new season of FIFA Global Series is ready to line up the best players in the world, the most spectacular challengers, and the most hyped FIFA players on the planet. The FIFA eWorld Cup trophy awaits to be lifted at the end of the season. The first stop, FIFA Global Series 21, West Asia Regional Qualifier 1. When? December 5th and 6th, 10 a.m. Central European Time. Everybody is ready for the big stage, and you are invited to take a seat in the first row. The best place to learn tips and tricks and to step up your game with the help of your favorite players and casters.
Welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series West Asia Qualifier number 1. My name is Kyle Walker, and joining me today we've got Mike LaBelle. Mike, we've just seen matchup number 1, but something I do want to talk about is the FIFA eWorld Cup, because all of these players, they are going to have one eye on the prize. It's great to win these playoffs. It's great to get through to, it's great to win the qualifiers. It's great to win the playoffs, but they all want to lift that trophy at the end of the season. That's what it's all working towards, isn't it?
We're working towards that, but I think that these guys are really focused game to game, this event in particular. It's still too early. We don't know what amount of points are going to be necessary to really put you into a competitive position to get into the FIFA eWorld Cup, and we've got to have to see how the ecosystem develops between all these different events that are happening simultaneously between the Global Series with the regionals, and you're going to have the FIFA Club or Club eWorld. I can't get the name out. Do you know what I'm talking about? We got like FIFA events that are happening. You're gonna have your actual events that are happening within your domestic leagues. There's so many different points that are going to be allocated in different ways, and we have to see how it kind of develops in terms of what's necessary to get yourself into the finals with the FIFA eWorld Cup.
Now, you did mention that all of the players will be focusing game to game. And next up, we've got M3 taking on 25 Mashal. Now, Mike, between these two, they will have watched that first matchup that we've just had. They're in the winners bracket, so they'll be thinking, all right, I'm going, if I win this game against Lusail Al Raish. They're already starting to think about game plans. They have got to win this game right here, but they're thinking, right, if I can get through this one, I'm feeling confident. It's about building that momentum from round to round.
Well, it was also the tale of two legs. So if you watched that opening matchup, we saw a very offensive first leg and then a much slower, much more controlling second leg. So I'm very interested to see between these two competitors what adjustments they maybe make with that information available. Do you want to cater your gameplay where you think you're at a competitive advantage with leg 1 or leg 2? What style fits you best? Because I really feel that that we saw Al Sharish come out and be very aggressive in that opening leg because he thought that would be an advantage for him. And then when he went slower and he controlled the game, it definitely made it where we could see a bit more of a separation in leg number 2. So I'm kind of curious to see with these guys what they're going to bring to the table, at least how they plan on opening up their tactical approach.
Now, these two are going head-to-head. M3 taking on Mashal right here. We can see some videos about these two, about the two competitors as they do go head-to-head here. The FIFA 21 Global Series West Asia Qualifier. M3, he was born in 2000. Mike, I know that makes you feel old. He's from Saudi Arabia. His favorite formation is 4-4-2. Favorite club is FC Barcelona. And his first FIFA title, an interesting one, Mike, FIFA World Cup 2010. It's not often that we get to talk a little bit about the World Cup editions of the games, but they were some of my favorite.
Yeah, good times, good vibes, must pickups, and I don't want to talk about being born in 2000. To be fair, Kyle, you're not the youngest guy, all right? You're not the youngest guy out here either. But 2000, I mean, it just tells you about our competitive scene. And we see it where it keeps getting younger and younger and younger. And there's going to be new pros every year. And a lot of the best guys, the reality is they're not even in their 20s. They're knocking on the door. We still got teenagers.
They do indeed. Right, let's have a quick look at some facts about 25 Mashal. He was born in 1999, again, following that trend of being very, very young. He's also from Saudi Arabia. Favorite formation 4-2-2. Favorite club FC Barcelona. First FIFA title FIFA 11. Mike, I want to talk about that formation 4-2-2. I feel like a lot of people are starting to maybe expand a little bit on their formations. In past titles, FIFA titles, we've seen similar formations being used throughout the year, but it does feel like with FIFA 21, there's a little bit of variation.
We're still early, and the meta hasn't been decided, at least at the competitive level. But if you're playing the weekend league, you're going to see a lot of formations. You see the 4-4-2, both variations, the 4-2-2, the 4-2-3-1. I've seen different 4-3-3s, even people trying to make the 3-5-2 work. We saw a 4-1-2-1-2 last game. So you're completely correct. This year has a lot more flexibility and variation with formations, and that might shift as the game keeps progressing and we're seeing more and more events and they're saying this is what works. But currently people are still testing out a bunch of different formations and tactical approaches with those formations.
They are indeed. Right, let's get Nate and Treaders into the stream. It's time to get our predictions. And Treaders, I'll start with you because you're the only one holding the L right now. So I'm going to let you go first.
I think I've got to go with Michal for this one. He's got a fairly large scalp in MS Dasari in the previous qualifiers at the earlier stages of this bracket. So I think we'll see some of that quality that he used to eliminate such a giant of the scene in this game. And
Nate, who are you thinking?
Pretty straightforward. If you beat Dasari, you get the chance to be the king. Michal for me.
Oh, wow. And Mike LaBelle, are you following trend?
I hate that we're agreeing on this, but I think with 25 esports, I think having the confidence of beating MS Dasari, and we just saw it in the last game, just having that coach, having that impact, having that support team, it's really important. So I've also got Michal in this matchup.
Oh, let me just check my cards. It's a full house right here. I'm going for Michal as well. 4 of us saying 25 and Michal to take the win. Nate and Treaders, it's over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Carl. Well, look, fingers crossed that we're wrong. We'd love to see a good competitive matchup. And it's not like we won't expect one. At the end of the day, we're going to have to make a judgment call. And we have, but Treaders, M3, more than capable on the big stage.
100%. And we see in his Twitter bio is in English, I'm the best. Just simply that. But all the rest of his tweets are in Arabic. So he really wants the world to know that he thinks he's the best, and hopefully we'll see some of that confidence on display.
Tell you what, I think the broadcast on my TV might need to be turned down. This is like me watching an old-timey film. I turn that brightness all the way up. Look like a FIFA 20 pack opening right here, right now. We're excited, Treaders, and again, we have gone hard on those predictions early. There are a lot of unknowns, and yet Michal taking down the big dog in Dasari has got to give you all the confidence in the world.
100%. You know that you can compete with the best of them. Even if Dasari was having a bad day in competitive sense, you just have to think that a bad day for Dasari is still better than so many other players. I know it's so much better than myself. I know it's so much better than everyone spamming token in our Twitch chat. I think that Michal is just going to be just that little bit better than M3, no matter what.
No matter what. Anything can happen in 2 legs of FIFA Treaders, and we did see the differences in semi-final number 1. Well, hey, now it's time for semi-final number 2 in this winners bracket, the West Asia Regional Qualifier number 1, semi-final number 2, and it's between M3 and everybody's favorite for this clash, Michal.
Absolutely. We'll see both of these players. Will be interesting, rather, to see whether these competitors go gung-ho from the start, essentially throw defense out the door, or will we see a little bit more control from the very start, as we saw in the second leg?
Just like when you're starting off your weekend league, it might take you a little while to warm up. Some streamers, some competitors like to play some division rivals to get started, maybe a friendly or 2. But we are straight into this action. These competitors will all have had their different approach, different ways to prepare. And just like Dasari, who does take a while to warm into his global series, as we've seen over the last few years, maybe these competitors take a little while to warm into this tournament. And I guess, Treaders, if you're in the winner's bracket, at least you get that opportunity.
Absolutely. A little bit of a warm-up game. Unlike for some of the games that we'll be seeing a little bit later on, they're one and done. So if we see them cop an L in their first game when they might be pleading, oh, it's just my warm-up, I'm still getting started, as we see a chance here for M3 and the underdog in this clash goes up 1-0.
The no celebration from Cristiano Ronaldo. And you have to be on guard when you make predictions in these games in this region. Anything can happen. A lovely touch from the left foot to the right. Strikes it, gets that done. And Ronaldo is the first player to score in this game. Scored by M3.
Great bit of build-up. The composure once you get into the box is such a crucial factor that separates very half-decent players. Again, the token spam is in the chat from everyone else. And we'll see potentially more of those fake shots as you receive the ball. They seem to be quite effective this year in giving yourself a chance to take a good touch. As in previous years, we've seen the first time shots being the most effective way to score. Not so this year.
On occasion, particularly with those defenders, whether that's manually or as controlled by the AI, do get back into position very quickly. You can try a first-time shot before they get set. But yes, getting that touch, the ball roll, as we've seen from that first game today, to get yourself a better angle, a better chance at scoring, is wiser. And we can already see from both competitors, bringing back those midfielders. They were happy, at least in that first leg of that semi-final number one, to get their defenders and rush out and try and make manual challenges. It feels like here, midfielders more regularly being brought back out to help out.
A lot more controlled in possession and in defense as well. Seeing that 1.5 meter general rule employed here when defending. When you're defending your opposition, your best bet is to give them that 1.5 meters so that you can jockey them. If they do a skill move or take a heavy touch, you're there to take the tackle. And also you take out the passing options as well.
Good patient build-up. Again, I was genuinely happy to see the 4-2-3-1 brought out, and a more composed playing style gives ourselves a chance to warm into things, never mind the competitors. As the play brought through defensive mids, center mids, Vieira, who, if you're lucky enough to get him, is almost the best defensive mid you can get in the game so far. We'll have to see what Team of the Year has in store, of course. Both competitors using Vieira in this clash. Walker, no doubt one of the members on this panel, big fan to see him being used regularly. Can be used at right back or center back. Bring him out to left back if you must. Good through ball down the line here. Instantly, the player comes across. Slide tackles to take out the man. And I do even wonder if we'll see a yellow, like we've alluded to earlier in FIFA 21. Fouls, maybe not met with cards where they possibly could be.
That's one of the best challenges I think I've ever seen. As we see another chant go being taken direct, whipped into the back stick. Interesting decision from that. A lot of players you'll see just simply try and keep possession when taking a set piece or a free kick, but that's not what Michel will be doing.
Both competitors happy to play it through midfield. Through ball is played just that fraction too late. Trent, as you talked about, first time finishing, maybe not always being what's required, but first time passing on that occasion, and that would have been a chance at goal.
Absolutely. I had my flag raised preemptively in that situation. It's a decision that I would have made to make that pass through, but at this level, maybe that little bit more time reading the offside traps, as we're seeing Michel really starting to grow into this contest. A lot of step overs, so much time for him on the ball, and not the pass he desired in that situation, and he's also unable to recycle that ball. I was going to say, but he's able to recycle the ball, but he was not.
I bet you do actually have a linesperson's flag in your room there. Every time in FIFA you feel like it should be raised, you raise it up. Sounds like a Dre Treader's move in Weekend League for sure. Good play down the right-hand side. The cutback needs to come. It is once more. Touch out of feet is decent. And now Everything seems to break down. Needed to go back to the defensive mids and recycle perhaps.
Absolutely. You just sometimes get yourself caught in possession, expecting your opposition to make a mistake, and when that mistake doesn't happen, it's when they're able to capitalize.
As we hit the halftime break in semi-final number 2, the first leg. And I don't think we could really have had more of a contrast between semi-final number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw the start of this general play style come to the fore in the second leg. A lot more control, and I think that's the meta at the moment. Control the game. Try your best not to give up those goals on the counter-attack. But as we saw in that first leg of the first game, when you do give up a lot of space for the counter-attack, it's so easy to be punished.
As we resume with a rather tentative 1-0 scoreline at the break. We do love seeing double-legged games being played in competitive FIFA, as we saw in semi-final number 1. You do feel like the better competitor will win out over 2 legs. Anything can and will happen in 1 game of FIFA, but in 2, always just feels like you get the right result. That's a really well-timed ball. However, the player running back from an offside position, defending, you have to say, bringing the defenders up.
Shah playing with that little bit of higher line, as we see so often. Not quite the 10 depth that some players opt to use in weekend league, but in this situation, just high enough to force the offside trap, and maybe a little bit of manual offside trap, as we see space on the right after the left back of M3 goes down. He is recovered by now.
Again, look at this cautious play. The ball is there with the defensive mid, but trying to hold it, maybe a little bit of arrogance, maybe just didn't see the player in the middle. We have a turnover and an opportunity at the other end, running down the line. The switch to the centre-back's already come out, happy to just give away that wide area completely. And almost results in a goal being given. I found that a little unbelievable, to be honest, Treaders. Just switched from the fullback to the centre-back and said, run into the box if you want.
I just saw the player just standing there after a while after the switch, not particularly marking anyone, but M3 not able to capitalize on that one.
Looking for the through ball down the line, the defender being tracked back, or tracking back rather, all the way, nothing doing. Good to see the competitors realizing what's at stake here in semi-final number 2 in this first leg. The momentum play in semi-final number 1. Really the turning point, and here not wanting to give anything away, certainly not a late goal, certainly not 2. As we head into the final third of this first leg. Played wide. The passing starting to be increased. 1-2 passes coming out. Step over into the area. Wonderful sliding challenge. 2 deny, comes straight back off the attacker and out of bounds for a goal kick.
Crucial sliding challenge that. That's the beauty of having Vieira in that midfield, winning those headers. Unfortunately, he's unable to keep possession. Clearly, playing the 4-4-2 flat is Michel. But with Vieira in the middle, the size difference is just simply non-negotiable when you're trying to win those headers. And it's such an easy outball, as we see an outball generated here. Space very quickly reduced, and the shot flies out for a throw-in.
Love seeing those Park SC hoardings. Wonderful work that organisation is doing to give footballs to children in need. Great to see them in our game in FIFA 21 as well. The 2 attacking players looking to work together. The pass straight back into him, but eventually the defender gets that ball. The big centre-backs doing work, and as Shredders rightly points out, Vieira is in everything. And for the first time today, we see the player lock. I was looking forward to that being used. it is critically underused. And I just wonder, Treaders, if because it's a new feature to FIFA 21, it's going to take a while for new players, but certainly competitors, to come to grips with it.
Absolutely. It's such a new and bizarre combination of buttons and a wholly different way of thinking about the game. And it's, I guess, a bit of risk versus reward. If you use it too early or in a bad position, you're going to give that ball away. As we see Michelle get a little bit unlucky with that attempted challenge.
I'd like to hear from our expert analyst, of course, Mike LaBelle, what he thinks of the player lock system. We liked that Coldplay reference before, so I know he's watching on, and no doubt, maybe even literally drawing something up. I love it when he gets the pen and paper or the magic board or whatnot and really breaks it down for us. The deep defensive 4-4-2 being used, and there's that Alessandrini being used at right mid, which I decided not to complete and have regretted it every moment since.
Yeah, absolutely. That card was a must-do. Such good value for a card of that ability. I simply couldn't fit it into my team with a Manchester City-based right-hand side for myself at the moment. But I wish I could have fit him in. I remember using him a couple of years back and loving every minute. The classic Mbappe, Alessandrini, and Dembele front three used to give my opponents nightmares and myself nightmares when I'd come up against it.
I just couldn't bring myself to take Teemu Pukki off the bench personally. 1-0 it remains. It has been a stalemate. Lovely ball, and there it is. In a moment, the lead is doubled. Neymar played the finish, but that ball inside was exquisite.
M3 just too good. Creating the space for Neymar with some brilliant passing, and Michel, the man that eliminated Asari, the favourite from the commentators and analysts, has still got quite a lot to show to prove what he did against Enes Dasari was no fluke.
I cannot wait to see the replay of that goal. That pass is easily the best we've seen so far today, and we have seen some good ones. I wonder if that might make goal of the day. Back on the attack, ball played through to Vieira, and then immediately met with a defender. Trying to work his way back into this game. 2-0 down. You see that set defense. There's just no way through it, feels. The central defensive mid, it may well be Vieira again, is either dropping back in between the lines or we're seeing a 5 at the back, Treaders. It's one of those two. You're able to confirm or deny which that is.
I believe he's simply dropping back to collect that ball. And we're seeing that ball turned over and seen out of play.
Get it out of there, he says. We are done here in the first leg at 2-0. To be quite honest, quite a one-sided contest. But Treaders, it's just such a different style. I think after that first game, as much as we've studied up, watched VODs, done our research, you don't quite know what you're going to get from the West Asia region. First game was all goals. This one, more of a chess game, a tactical battle.
Absolutely. And we're not seeing the classical Enes Dasari offside trap that we've become so accustomed to seeing from this region. As you see, you tend to see the best players, their strategies and their tactics, because they play so many players across Weekend League, it kind of trickles down through the levels. But I'm quite surprised in this game that we're not seeing those kind of tactics used.
Got to adjust, got to adapt on the big stage. That touch is perfect. I feel like when we saw it live, we were thinking surely just hit that first time or go down the middle. Brought it onto the right foot and did not miss. And here's that ball again. All it took was for that centre-back to be manually controlled, moved out of that back line. Immediately, it was pounced on, capitalised. And in a game like this, with few chances, 2-0 almost looks like a mountain too large to overcome.
And that's brilliant vision from M3 to see that mistake by Michel. His eyes scanning the pitch, looking for those openings, buying himself a little bit of time with the step overs and 1-2 passing. Michal makes that mistake and is punished for it. As a general rule, we say to competitors, don't control your center backs until you absolutely have to. Intercept those passing lanes with your defensive mid, switch to them as much as you can. Get those interceptions happening. But in that situation, Michal, whether he made a mistake on the player switch, maybe he wanted to control his defensive mid, but was unable to in that situation. Regardless, he made the mistake and M3 was able to make him pay.
I've said it looks almost insurmountable at 2-0 based on the way that first leg did unfold. What, if anything, could be done differently to bring it back?
Potentially, Michal might play a little bit more of an aggressive attacking style. We might see the 4-1-2-1-2 employed. We might see a 3-5-2 even, that we've seen some competitors opting to use in Weekend League. When you're 2 goals down, we saw in that first game, we saw Amrabat give up that 2-goal lead simply because he was pushing to make it 3 goals. But I don't really think that M3 will make the same mistakes, having seen that first game and seeing the way that he's currently playing. But you never know. Michal might force him into trying to secure a 3rd goal with a large amount of pressure. And that's where the mistakes will come in possession. And Michal just needs to bide his time, make sure he doesn't concede 3-4 goals as he goes after it. And maybe just claw one back, maybe a little bit of luck. Maybe the chance on the counter, chance out wide. Who knows where it's going to come from in this matchup.
It is interesting that you bring up the 3-5-2. It's a formation, as you've said, we've studied up on. We've seen competitors, certainly from our region, but across the world, use. I don't know if we've seen it at 2-0. It seems to be more of a 3-0, 4-0 down scenario. But talk to us, Shredders, about why it is a risk, particularly in those wide areas defensively.
Well, particularly in those wide areas, you only have those 3 players out the back to cover. So when you have your right centre back drifting out to cover, those other 2 centre backs in the middle are drawn into the centre. And then you've got space on the right or the left-hand side for a simple R1 cross or a normal cross. And there's just overloads that are potential everywhere. However, you do get in offense. And if you're able to get back into a 5 at the back with your wide men dropping back, holding your shape, you're able to get so many players forward, so many simple overlaps that the 4 at the back simply cannot handle.
The left mid and the right mid may be players, foot items that have good high defensive work rates, maybe good defending stats. But it is at the other end of that pitch, Shredders, that you can see it work. The 2 strikers in the attacking mid, the triangles, the left mid and the right mid getting forward. And those 2 CDMs dropping back with that back 3. Is that enough defensively? Or at 2-0 down, do we just say, you know what, I just have to take the chance?
Well, in previous years, it definitely has not been enough defensively. We see the good players just capitalize on the space that they're given. The tracking of the center backs and the positioning is just something that all players need to wrap their heads around. And particularly with the defensive mids also pushing up a little bit higher and not tracking back as much, there is just going to be so much space to be hit on the counter attack. And that's not really what you want to be doing, especially when you're trying to chase a goal.
Well, look, if you're playing FIFA Ultimate Team casually, hopefully that was a little bit of insight. There are different ways to get back into games. Maybe just go press after possession loss, constant pressure, team press, or maybe a formation change. It's always fascinating to see how it works, the strategies available to you, the way that FIFA has been developed in the last few years to have those multiple custom tactics available to you. We can't wait to see how it plays out. The 2-0 lead, some say it's the most dangerous lead in football in FIFA 21. Well, I guess we'll find out. The second leg is underway.
And we see Michal happy to see that ball run out of play. Happy to let him have that wide pass, knowing that he's keeping R9 out of the middle. But we see a bad turnover from Michal there.
1-2 passing with the front 2. predictable, and yet it works a treat initially. Eventually, the centre-back just casually stepping around the player and taking the ball. Now a little bit of a break. You see the players, the defenders rather, standing up. And that is a late challenge to result in an attacking free kick. Free kicks you're going to see taken directly a little bit more than FIFA 20, which in turn was a little bit more than FIFA 19. Having a good free kick taker on your team can be the difference between winning and losing. We said yellow cards and red cards not coming out as you might see in previous iterations, but free kicks haven't particularly changed. That player looks to be a few yards offside, and indeed is. Will be brought back, and already Treaders 15 or so minutes in. It feels like this is a very similar pattern to the first leg.
100%. We're seeing Michel giving a few good opportunities away and not being able to capitalize on opportunities of his own on the counter attack. As we see a beautiful 1-2 pass, a through ball, goalkeeper called out, and that player run back to bail him out there.
Absolutely crucial to have that player on the line. The goalkeeper well and truly beaten, but crisis averted for now. The lead not able to be extended. Back on the attack, as you're going to see. Those step overs on repeat, I feel. The pass to the wide player on this near side not used. And turnover results.
Attention, en raison de travaux, les toilettes du niveau inférieur sont aujourd'hui fermées. Pour trouver les toilettes les plus proches de votre siège.
Speaking of turnovers, a very, very long switch I mentioned earlier. It can be dangerous. It's not as reliable as it was in FIFA 20. Cheap turnover and a chance to hold a bit of possession and maybe get back into the contest. You see on that right-hand side down the bottom, the D-pad tactics, if you like, being utilized. Striker dropping back to help out, maybe to help in the attacking sense once that ball is gathered back. Offside trap, another way that you can get your team to move within an instant. And there's a gap here. Shot on the left. Excellent save. You're kidding me. The holy goalie is here. I didn't even realize Nick Pope is in the building. Let's go.
Great save, and I believe there was a little bit of goalkeeper movement as he saw the threat developing. Did M3, shifted the goalkeeper to cover the finesse to the far post. Managing to keep the ball off, a helpful rebound there.
There's nothing better than getting to a major tournament that we are in the West Asia qualifier and seeing a 900 coin keeper being used. It genuinely gives me joy. He is the starting keeper in my team because he's so long, gets the job done. Value for coins. Really good tackle there. As we have played a third of this second leg, it is still just 2-0 on aggregate. We've not even seen a particularly large amount of shots on target. You wonder if maybe Treaders, they need to start moving that ball a little bit more from side to side as opposed to this same utilizing the strikers 1-2 passing down the middle.
I'd love to see potentially the 4-4-2 diamond employed by any one of these players. We're seeing a lot of 1-2 passes in the middle as M3 runs that ball out of play. But we're seeing a lot of 1-2 passes in the middle that would be so much more effective if there was that additional player making the run off them. At the moment, you need to beat your man one-on-one, and that's exactly what M3 does in that situation, following up with his favorite celebration, the no celebration.
It's CR9 on this occasion. I don't know about you at home, but I really like changing those jersey numbers to what we're more accustomed to. Really. Does it matter? You've got the foot item, you've used the foot item, and you've got yourself a 3-0 lead. That finish was unerring and really shows you why having the best foot items in your team can make all the difference. At the other end, though, an opportunity. You wonder, maybe that could have been played across the face. The moment evaporates and the ball runs out of play for a corner kick. Big looping cross, punched out, not particularly far, but to a player in white. Mendy able to bring it out, maybe go for a little bit of a run in pastures green down the left-hand side. All feels a little one-sided at current. Even when there have been chances, I dare say, Treaders for Michal, they just haven't been of a good enough quality, or maybe it's just lacked, well, obviously the finishing touch, but the quality touch as well.
Absolutely, a lovely chip through pass there. A foul given away. Great composure from M3. Unfortunately, predicts the goalkeeper movement, and the goal is saved.
Bit of a deflection to take it past the post. We asked what might change. What might we see differently from that first leg? And after the first half, after 45 minutes, to be honest, it has been more or less a repeat dose.
Absolutely. We're seeing M3 just make the most of his chances. Michal not willing to go for it, not willing to risk giving away Nick Pope, breaking Nick Pope's clean sheet. At the moment, he's kept the clean sheet across both legs so far. Will he continue? The 900 coin goalkeeper.
Yes, please. I would love for that to be the case. We're seeing the 4-2-2-2 working very well against the 4-4-2. As we come back into this contest, it is 3-0 on aggregate. Will we see a change? Formational change, I think, is what Treaders and I are crying out for. But will we get what we want? Not necessarily. Hopefully, we see a late surge in the second half of the second leg, because there's a 3-goal deficit to overcome.
And I'd imagine that Michal would have a coach in his ear, giving him instructions, giving him suggestions even on what to do next, what tactics to change, what he's seeing. A third eye, a second pair of eyes is so much more helpful than players realize, competitors realize at any level.
Look, a third eye to see into the future wouldn't be the worst thing ever, but second pair of eyes getting the job done at present. This is Ronaldo holding it up, wanting that player to make the through run. It happens now. Mbappe cannot escape the defender. Some really good defending. And really, if you can take a clean sheet in FIFA 21 in 2 legs, that's when you know you're playing some good FIFA esports.
I can't wait to see what M3 does in defense on his next possession, and in these next few crucial possessions, how he keeps the ball and how he capitalizes on the additional pressure that is going to be put on him by Michal.
And at 3-0, really, you are able to control the contest unless your opponent switches to a 3 at the back, tries the team press. We're just not seeing the plan B, the top competitors. It really is something that separates the best from the rest, is having options, having different formations and tactics up your sleeve for when what you're doing is just clearly not working. However, a rare attacking opportunity. There is an extra player who makes that run through the middle a little bit earlier, so it comes to the left-hand side. And there we go. It may well be game on. There's a little bit left in this contest. It did feel like that was slightly on the break, but Neymar with the unerring finish.
And that from Michal displays why he is at this stage of this tournament. Brilliant composure. Sees the mistake from M3, giving him so much space to make that through pass. And when you have so much space in FIFA 21, it's very straightforward to make them pay.
You see the free kick laid off. I mentioned we might see them taken directly. At least that's what we hope for. We love to see a net-busting free kick. Doesn't happen, at least not yet. We felt like this was moving. I certainly felt like, Treaders, this was moving in one direction only. However, time left to play, and maybe growing in confidence, the cutback is hit a few feet over the crossbar to really make things interesting.
And Michal, I believe, expected that pass to come to the first man, which is why he started powering up that shot so early. Unfortunately for him, he was unable to make that one count.
We hold our breath to see what will happen. We wondered maybe whether it was the offside firstly. Sometimes it's best just to let the game speak for itself. Denied on 3 occasions. That really would have seen this result just done and dusted. However, we play on. Maybe we'll have a goalkeeper to thank at the end of it. Can we see for 3-2? Player fighting. However, Pope in control, collects it calmly. And little moments, Shredders. Maybe an extra pass, maybe a finesse shot, a ball roll to get to the side in that previous attempt, but it just kept hitting straight at the keeper and kept on coming right back.
Seeing a 5-2-1-2 employed, I believe, from M3 as he tries to see out this result, taking away all of his wide options and opting to attempt to have just that man, those players out wide, staying back. And I don't think that's the best option for him. I think he was defending so well in the 4-2-3-1 and having so many options to get forward. To see an opportunity go begging for Michal.
Header straight down the throats of old mate Pope with only 10 in-game minutes plus stoppage time remaining. There is still a 2-goal deficit to be overcome. That player is offside. We will have those changes, and there is that 5-3-2, which some competitors like to use in a defensive sense. It really doesn't offer you a lot going forward, rather than the 2 strikers, the 3 center mids often just holding the shape, that back 5 staying nice and compact. The one thing I will say, Treaders, it gives you that space in between the lines. No defensive mids can mean those passes can be played with precision.
Absolutely, which means that Vieira either has to step up or one of those regular midfielders has to be manually taken back. It'll be interesting to see whether M3 opts to try and keep possession a bit more or just absorb the pressure that Michal continues to apply by throwing bodies in the way.
Played out to the right-hand side. The through ball comes. Which player will it end up at? The cut across and the finish. Do not bleed your strings. We have a game here from 3-0 up. It's now 3-2. Courtesy of Neymar. Is there one last twist in the tail?
The decision to go into a more defensive formation just never seems to pay off. Whether it's the opposition player throwing more bodies forward or it's simply not being able to keep possession that hurts the most. I believe it's the latter as we see the possession given up once more. Michal given a chance, the nutmeg, and he puts it in the back of the net. It's 3-3. After being 3 goals down, Michal brings it back to scores level.
This is why you never call a game of football, FIFA esports, or the rest of it early. What a comeback. I just can't help but feel that the 5-3-2, when you're controlling the game, you're up 3-0, is not the right call. Regardless of whether it looks good on paper, that's not where the game is played. And the momentum has completely flipped. The flat 4-4-2, I believe, doing bits, unless there's one final twist. And in stoppage time there is. Goodness gracious me. All that hard work undone in an instant. We saw it at the first leg of semi-final number 1. Well, we've seen it here to even greater effect. A mental switch off. A moment of concentration gone. And indeed, there goes the game. 3-0 up to 3-3. And then back to 4-3 at the death. Shredders, that is a heartbreaker.
I cannot believe what we've just seen. I mean, I can, because the moment he is switched out of the 5-3-2 back into his more preferred 4-2-3-1, he managed to snag a goal. I'm speechless. I am. It makes a lot of sense, but it's just, it didn't need to be that hard and that nervy for him.
It is very easy for us to sit here on our brightly adjusted monitors, you know, doing our thing on the digital pitch, overseeing the land, and yet you just can't help but feel it could have been so much easier. Treaders, your final thoughts on that game?
What an insane comeback, but unfortunately all just thrown away to probably the more deserving competitor. M3 showed so much more throughout until he switched his formation, but I think the better competitor has gone through on the day.
All right, we're going to take a deep breath, take a chill pill, and we're going to let Kyle and Mike work that one out.
Nate and Treaders, thank you for that one. Mike LaBelle, I mean, after the first leg, I thought, oh, this is very different to the first game. But after that second leg, the drama, I can't believe it.
I mean, I'm sweating right now. I need to change. I should not be in the jumper today. That was crazy. I had already written that game off. And I think what we saw is when you switch into a formation that you're maybe not as comfortable in and somebody's bringing a lot of pressure, there were so many mistakes that just weren't happening at any point earlier in this matchup. Leg one, leg two, none of the above. We always saw a very controlling offensive approach, game plan, and we have noticed that being clinical seems to be a trend. As you see just this beautiful fake shot, you got to give a lot of credit where credit is due. It resurfaces, re-angles, and it adds in that creative moment that's kind of necessary, whether you're playing as a beginner, an intermediate, or advanced player. In behind, Neymar going to tuck that away. These are bread and butter locations. A good switch to the team press. You see the layoff, triangle, step over, wham, bam. Thank you, man. We thought it was done at that point, Kyle.
We did indeed. And Mike, we saw in that second leg right there that there was a comeback. M3, he managed to pull a goal back. And then all of a sudden, the last 10 minutes of that second leg, the tides turned completely.
And it really comes down to you're seeing the team pressure, you're seeing this adjustment, you're taking away a lot of easy outlets, and if you play a half second slow or you look a little more uncomfortable, and that's really what we saw towards the end of this game, there were so many mistakes and you lost the plot to a certain degree. A little bit of good fortune there, maybe a nutmeg with your fake shot into the ball roll. However, it still works out. It still works out. 90th minute. I was actually looking forward to seeing the new celebration. It didn't come out. If you guys haven't seen, it's actually only on the next gen, I believe. But when you score in the 90th minute on next gen, you're gonna have a crazy situation. Everybody celebrates. The fans go wild. The atmosphere. It's a room shaker. It's definitely special on the virtual pitch. You see, pretty even game when you're looking at the stat comparison. But in theory, I mean, we really thought that Michelle had seen this game out much earlier.
We did indeed. We can see the stats from that game right there. M3 fought back to make it 3-3, but it was 25 Mashal who comes out on top. He makes his way through to that winner's bracket final. M3, he drops down. It's not too bad. It's a double elimination, so he's got another chance, all right? It's not go home, turn the console off just yet. But one thing I do want to talk about, Mike, all right, because I've been on Twitter and I've seen that Marcus Gomes, he's put a picture up of his team, and it reflects something that we have seen already in the stream today from the pro players. Nick Pope in goal. Where and why has this come about?
Well, he's got the perfect structure. If you were going to build a goalkeeper, Nick Pope he's got a really big frame. He gets down well. He comes out quickly. You can't explain it from a statistical standpoint, but that's what FIFA is all about. You wouldn't watch other people's videos on different player opinions if we could do just reading off the stats, and it was simple as that, saying this guy's the highest rated goalkeeper or this is the highest rated attacker. He's going to be the best in the game. That's just not how FIFA works. It comes down to that statistical allocation, a feel, sometimes taking these moments, and who you feel most comfortable with, especially with goalkeepers, which I always have said is the most subjective opinion, because you could have one bad week in league with a goalkeeper, and then he's gone. You will never see him again. Now, I'm not just shutting down the console, Kyle. I am discarding him. He is not making a return.
Let me tell you, Mike, I've got rid of many goalkeepers already. And you know what? I don't even think it's their fault. I think I'm just bad at the game. Right, let's have a look at the winners bracket right here. We've had two matchups already at the West Asia FIFA 21 Global Series Qualifier 1. We can see Lusail Al Raish has made his way through, and also 25 Mashal has made his way through. We will have that winners final coming up for you very, very shortly. But Mike, we talked about it being double elimination. There's lots for the losers of the first matchups to take into their losers bracket, which we can see that losers bracket right here. There is a lot for them to take from that, isn't there, Mike?
Well, they got their hands warmed up. You've already had a chance to get onto the sticks. And to be fair to both Robert and M3, both of them had moments of playing really well within those 2 legs. And they just didn't have maybe the consistency or the closeout that was necessary. We saw that obviously late comeback from M3. He could carry that momentum because up to that point, he was looking very defensive. He was struggling to get into the game and having a rhythm. That was missing. So now you can say, well, I scored 3 goals late. I just got to play a little more confidently, a little more aggressively, and you can work with that. And the same with Robert. You had a really, really attacking first leg, and you just didn't see out the game. You were up 5-3, and you could have done maybe some different choices towards the end of that first leg in order to close out the game, put some more pressure on Al Raish. And then you also saw in the second leg, of course, in that same game, it just came down to a tactical adjustment, and it was a little bit of a slower game. But either way, the point is you've had your warm-up game, you've played at the competitive level now, you've got an idea what to expect. Now you move on, and you can take that into your next matchup.
You can indeed, and that next matchup is the winners bracket final. That'll be coming up very, very shortly. The FIFA 21 Global Series West Asia Qualifier number 1. But for now, it's time for a break. We'll see you in a couple of minutes.
the FIFA Global Series. It's the cream of the crop.
Mein Name ist Enrazek.
Mi nombre es Jaime Alvarez Martinez.
The best players from around the world coming together.
That would be fun.
And we ain't stopping there. We still got loads to come. All new, fresh and slick game, FIFA 21.
Get with it, kid.
New teams, new stars rising and new signings ready to go. Ready to prove that they're the best and take home the winnings. A prize pool in the millions ain't messing.
Time to enjoy yourself.
Qualifying from home to show them no stressing. The best players from your area compete on the pitch, winning qualifiers and leagues with a chance to get rich. Best on the planet, they meet at the FIFA E-World Cup. Chance to write your name in history, don't mess it up.
The winner of the FIFA E-World Cup Grand Final, Maraba!
Yeah, we're back. They're back and don't forget me.
Me, you, game of FIFA, let's get it going.
There's much more to come from us and wait and see. Season's coming, so take your seats.
Time to enjoy.
You ain't gonna wanna miss this one. Pick a team, watch them play the game. All the top teams are in this. Now it's nearly time, that's enough talking. FIFA Global Series 21. The best is yet to come.
FIFA 21, the best is yet to come. I'm just echoing the words from the video right there. The best is yet to come. We've got a full season of lots and lots of events, but we are here at the FIFA 21 Global Series West Asia Qualifier #1. The season is kicking off right here, and we will have more matchups coming for you throughout this morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are watching in the world. I'm joined by Mike LaBelle right here as we go through. We've just had 2 matches, Mike. We've talked about some of the foot items we've seen. We've talked about some of the formations that we've seen. Now it's time to give back to the people at home. Yes, we've got some rewards for you. Now this year, it's a year like no other, all right? We've got the FIFA Global Series swaps. Yes, we do. Now, during the FIFA 21 Global Series, you have complete control of your viewership rewards. For the first time, you will receive a guaranteed rewards for watching the best FIFA players in the world right here competing at the highest level. All you've got to do is link your Twitch and EA accounts, watch at least an hour of FIFA 21 Global Series competitions live on Twitch on select weekends, and you'll receive 1 FIFA Global Series swaps token per weekend, and we can see what you can redeem with those rewards right there. Now, there's no excuses. I'm here, I'm working, I'm actually working on the stream, and I'm streaming the stream. It's a stream inception, all right? So I can get my reward as well. Mike, I'm sure you're doing the same. We want these rewards, don't we?
I also have it open. Everyone should have it open. Why wouldn't you do that? And on a completely unrelated side note, for the guy that reads off that intro, I would like to know who it is, because if I could hire him, I feel like he can make anything I want to say sound cooler, right? Like that when we're going through the FIFA breakdown, this guy sounds like he is about to spit bars right now at me as he's announcing everything. I was like, whoa, that just rhymed. I don't know if he meant it or not, but I like it.
He sounded a little bit mank. That's what we call it when you're from Manchester, like me. He did sound it. So I need to find out who he is, where he's from, if he is indeed from my neck of the woods as well. I'd be interested to hear if he's putting that voice on, because, Mike, I know that your voice is different when you're on stream. You try and sound more smooth. You try and sound, you know, like Dirty Mike a little bit as well. You get that gruffness in your voice. You don't speak like that normally.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that I had a different voice that goes down when I'm not on stream. Thank you so much, Kyle. I appreciate that. You're airing me out to thousands of people today.
I mean, what can I say? It sounds good. It sounds good. It's not a bad voice, you know. I just know that this is how you sound when you're trying to attract lots and lots of people.
Backhanded compliments. It's not like it's not terrible. It's not the worst voice. Like it's okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
No, it's good. It's good. I'll give you that.
I'll take my mediocrity with my voice. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you.
No, the accent makes it sound even better as well. Two people that have got accents because they're on the other side of the world. It's our casters for today's event and tomorrow's on day 2 as well. Nate and Treaders. Hopefully they can join us. Yes, they can right here. Nate, Treaders, you're so far away from us. I'm in the UK. You guys are in Australia. But Nate, you're in Sydney. Treaders, you're in Brisbane. You're far from each other as well.
It's a big continent. Over here in Australia, everything's quite far away. It's lovely when you do get to travel to the UK particularly and drive from Premier League ground to Premier League ground, and that's how it's done. But if I want to go see Treader's team play up in Brisbane, it's a few hours on a flight, and that's just the way it has to be.
Wow, that's crazy. Right, let's get back to the action anyway. Let's talk about FIFA 21. We talked on Nick Pope a little bit before. A lot of the pros are using them here today. Pros are using them within the scene as well. Nate, you were saying that you've got him in your team as a foot item as well. What made you choose Pope?
Trial and error. I went for Alisson, Edison. I was using a Premier League themed team. I've mixed it up. Brought in Norwich players, which is where my family's from, so I enjoyed my Norwich team. Clutch Gold 3, that was good enough for me with that. And then I was like, okay, how about we actually put together a competent team? We'll make it Premier League themed. Alisson, Edison, De Gea, just not reaching things I'd expect them to get. When the ball was near them, their reflexes generally good enough to push it away. But anything that required a bit of movement, it wasn't happening. Nick Pope is actually a little bit taller in-game than he is IRL. It's sort of a little fun fact maybe for you at home. I don't know how he's worked that out, but well played, Nick. You've gotten yourself longer in-game. And it means he just gets to those extra shots. It's not a massive difference, but then when you factor in that he only costs about 900 coins, I can put those coins somewhere else in my squad and capitalize.
You can indeed.
Speak on that. I want to build off that. We have a reverse player. Kai Havertz is shorter in game than he is in real life. I just want to throw it out there. King Kai has been growing, and we need a height adjustment. I've seen pictures with him. I watched him play last week. He's taller than Tammy Abraham, who's like 6'4". He's 6'2" in FIFA. That's not cutting it. He took a picture with his way back. I think a lot of people have seen this way back picture. His way back's like 6'3", 6'4". Kai's, he's towering this man. All right, so I need Kai to be like 6'5", 6'6", coming soon. I want that effect.
Coming soon. Yeah. Coming soon, indeed. And Treaders, something interesting that Nate just mentioned there, that he included some Norwich players. I mean, I'm struggling to think which ones would get into your team. Any?
No Norwich players at all. I really enjoyed seeing Josh King for my Bournemouth jersey in the background, Bournemouth fan, top of the championship at the moment. Just gone top yesterday, mind you. So we're on our way back. But Josh King getting that storylines item or milestone item, I've been grinding a little bit for, not quite there yet. But he'll be going straight into my team. He's actually a good card as well, which is nice for a change for Bournemouth. We had our old mate Ryan Fraser, whose jersey it is. He left us. I do miss that team of the season card, the 90 rated. But yeah, hopefully we get some team of the season cards this year. Beauty being in the championship with the best players down there.
I mean, Norwich and Bournemouth. I mean, it's not the most high caliber of teams.
Okay,
right there,
you
but,
City supporter. All right, Kyle.
Yeah, all right.
I mean, City aren't doing too well in the Premier League. Champions League, they're doing all right. Anyway, let's talk about the action. We do have our winners bracket final coming up very, very shortly. I mean, the first two matches, they were polar opposite, but the drama of that final match, Nate, for you casting the game right there, 25 Mashal, he stole it in the final few seconds.
It was all to do with the formation change. It was really baffling to see him switch to the 5-3-2 to lock it down. I know in FIFA 20, we've seen that on occasion. But in FIFA 21, defensive mids, or at the very least center mids, is where it's at. When you have a formation with 3 center mids, for some reason, it's just the positioning. There's something about it. It doesn't work out. Any formation with 2 center mids or 2 defensive mids is where it's at to try and lock it down. So he switches it back right at the last second to the 4-2-2, the formation that got him that 3-0 lead and scores the winner right at the death. It felt so obvious, and yeah, I guess when you're playing at this high level, you're new to FIFA on the big stage, maybe your brain's just not quite as active. These things, you're overcomplicating it a lot more than you might need to.
Now we're seeing some average stats of both of the players. Mike, want to talk about Lasail Al-Raish. He did compete in that first matchup of the day. He's had a bit of time to kind of rest, recuperate, get back to it. This is a huge match for him.
And I'll tell you what, I think these are going to cause a lot of problems for Michel, because Michel struggled versus the high press that we saw at the end, and it was one of those classic on paper decisions where he said, okay, I'm going to put 5 players in the back, I'm going to park this, I'm going to set up shop and close out a game, and it just didn't flow naturally for him. It wasn't organic, he wasn't reactive, he wasn't instinctive the same way. And if you watched the opening matchup in our first affair, it was very offensive, and Al Sharif in particular, he almost ignored playing defense in the first leg. He was completely forward-facing. He almost had 6 attackers. He didn't even have people holding. He was looking to outscore his opposition. And if that works properly, if he's able to be fluid going forward, which he's showcased, and do enough defensively, I think it's going to cause a lot of problems because it's kind of unorthodox for what we're used to seeing in the competitive FIFA world.
Right, I don't need an explanation. I just need a name. Treaders, I'll start with you. Who are you going for to win this game?
Lasail Al-Raish.
Nate, who are you going for?
Michel.
Oh, Mike, who are you going for?
I hate agreeing with these folks, but right now we're undefeated, Kyle. We haven't messed up at all. Actually, I think Nate's on board too. So it's just Treaders that's like lagging a little bit, but also Lasail.
Oh, I'm going to say Lasail Al-Raish as well. 3 against 1. We know what happened the last time this went down. But Nate, Treaders, it's over to you guys. The winners final. Let's do it.
Thank you so much, Kyle. Mike, it is an absolute pleasure to be able to commentate, to talk about what we love, and that thing is FIFA esports. Treaders, called perfectly by Kyle, 2 polar opposites from semi-final 1 to semi-final 2. How do you see these contrasting styles mash up in this big match right now?
Well, I think that Al-Raish showed in the first games and the first legs of his matchups that he just has that ability to make the correct adjustments. We saw Michel make the adjustments, but clearly they were incorrect. It'll be about whether he knows how to learn from those mistakes that he makes, which is just a general life lesson. Those that make the mistakes and learn from them are going to go further in life than those that make the mistakes and then continue to make the mistakes.
At least the one thing I can think of, the saving grace is it didn't cost him. He was able to bring it back there at the end and get that final goal. Life lessons, FIFA esports, it does all mesh together. Explain that a little bit more for our viewers that maybe think it's just a video game. You play it, you don't need to go into this analysis. And yeah, I feel like to illustrate that point, that last game was perfect. Overcomplicating, coming up with a plan B when you're fully in control. You need to learn from that and put it into practice for the next game.
And with most video games, FIFA especially, when something is as difficult as it is to beat another competitor, you need to figure out how you personally learn best. And that's some of the skills that you can transfer from FIFA into real life, dare I say. Learning about learning is such a crucial skill. And I think the learning how to adjust on the fly can take you far in a lot of different areas.
Well, can they put their learnings into practice this winner bracket final? It's a big clash. The competitors are fit. They're ready. We're into the action. And an early thumping challenge. It is Al-Raish versus Michel. Down the right-hand side before the tackle comes in to regain possession. Chelsea blue sticking out very nicely. I know quite a few mates that got that kit instantly. The big 3 on the front. I'm sure Al-Raish wouldn't mind 3 goals nice and early here. Michel, as we've been talking about, if you missed it, semi-final number 2 was up 3-0 on aggregate to come back to 3-3, changing formations and conceding 3 goals, going back to the 4-2-2, which is what Michel had used throughout this tournament before this semi-final stage, gets that 4-3 winner And that's why I've picked Michal here, Treaders. I believe that momentum and those learnings will really see a dominant performance. And with that open defense of Araish in their first game, I'm a little surprised the three of you have ganged up on me like this.
Well, I think, for me, the fact that Michal made those mistakes very early on, you would think that by this stage of their career and this stage of competing, they would have learnt that by now. Maybe a little bit of pressure playing into it, playing on the big stage, maybe making him make those same mistakes as we see Al Raish coming forward and the attack fading out.
Wherever you're watching from around the world, we hope you're enjoying this broadcast, whether that's for your tokens or for the quality FIFA on display, as the first real shot in anger in this game hits the woodwork and Michal is saved.
And we saw that Michal was so good at defending in one-on-one situations. That time, Al Raish getting the better of him, creating enough space to get a shot off, and arguably should have scored that goal. See that? Running around with Vieira, looking to cut out those passing lanes and continue to put pressure on the man, as we see Michal picking up just where he left off. So good when he gets the ball going forward, and he does not like to celebrate.
You don't miss, and he takes that lead emphatically. The pass played quite well, but it's all about the finish from Neymar, who is surely going to lead with the foot item with the most goals today, the way things are heading. Look, I'll try and chill on the whole prediction talk for now. We can talk about it at the end, particularly if I'm right. We want to pump up these amazing FIFA esports competitors. They are getting their chance live on stream, live across the world. We hope that you've tuned in and maybe learnt a thing or two. We are so early in this FIFA 21 season as the meta unfolds, and if you're unaware, players from across the world tend to play quite differently. And Michal really should have gone across the keeper on that occasion, decided to go near post. Keeper makes a comfortable save to keep it at 1-0. But the styles really develop according to who you play against in the weekend league. It's just the way that it works, not just in FIFA esports, but in any title. And here we are in the West Asia region, having seen a very attacking game, a very defensive, solid, composed game, and now those two styles facing off.
And we saw particular play styles develop, including the offside trap spreading across as the players go further and further in competitions and get more and more exposure. Obviously, national players. Oh my days. I cannot believe that has found its way into the back of the net. A little bit of a shambolic goal, but a goal nonetheless.
Poor Treaders thought he had a chance to finish that thought, assuming that would get clear. It just would not. Stays in the area. Mbappe scores the easiest he'll score IRL or in FIFA to make it 1-1. On such little events can a game change. Michal, however, straight back into it down this near touch line. Getting the fullbacks involved. Mendy will drop back now. Always interesting to see the wider defensive plays utilised in a build-up, because you never know what might happen on the other end. If you leave those gaps, it can get quite sweaty. You see there again, the right back, this time Walker, the in-game foot item, not the attractive host you saw earlier, getting the job done. Now tracking back. Al Raish growing into it. And Al Raish it was that went behind early against Amrabat, finding his feet through ball. Maybe not the intended target, but he keeps charging through. Mbappe will not be stopped. And he has 2 rebound goals of different kinds in the opening 30 minutes.
Al Raish opting to just charge through, take that ball with him. He did well to create a little bit of space for the shot, but Michal will need to keep his composure here. Most likely should have won that ball with one of the tackles, but unfortunately tackled from a non-preferential angle. And regardless, the goal's a goal, and Michal has to make the adjustments accordingly.
Felt like deja vu from my weekend league, just seeing Mbappe, normally of the lone variety, just tearing through my defense. Really is such an incredible foot item, whatever variation you can get your paws on. And it is that foot item that really separates the sides. Very balanced play. Mbappe just on a tear, running through. This is Pogba. Attack breaks down. Michal defending very deep, hoping to use the space on the counter-attack. That wonderfully timed slide challenge will bring it to a close. Al Raish, we talked about it, Treaders. Gone behind in that semi-final. Now here in the winner bracket final. Doesn't matter. I'll just get my composure, maybe have a chat to my coach and get back into it.
And if we can quickly dip across to the goalkeeper talk once again, having that Nick Pope in goal will allow Michal to have a player of higher standard in the lineup. When we have the restrictions that we do have in these qualifiers, it means that you can only have 1 or 2 icons in your lineup, and having those key players locked in means that your rating is impacted, and therefore having that icon goalkeeper means that you can't have an icon somewhere else, or if you can't afford it, you may as well just go with Nick Pope.
It's not exactly a glowing recommendation, Treaders, but I will take it. Love for Pope is beautiful in all its forms. 2-1. We play on to see whether Michal has the composure to come back into it. Surging into the area, but you see 3 or 4 blue jerseys swarming. As much as we maybe don't like to watch the drop back narrow defending, it does feel more often than not it pays off rather than a high press as Al Raish goes on the counter attack.
And we saw that right back of Michal fly up, attempt to make the interception, timed his attack with that defender a little bit too early, and we're seeing Al Raish keeping that ball well, recycling, waiting for the mistakes, creates a bit of space. A great challenge from Michal, and we saw in his game that he was so good in defending with the 4-2-3-1 and holding his shape. I imagine a lot of the other competitors will take notes on the efficiency and the effectiveness of the 4-2-3-1 in controlling the game and enabling you to be so solid defensively. Al Raish setting the tone and learning his lesson very early on.
We talked about Michal learning his lesson, but you're quite right. Al Raish starting with the 4-1-2-1-2, moving to a more conventional, certainly more compact 4-2-3-1 narrow. It means you need to be a little more patient in forming your attacks before you charge on through with Ronaldo to make it 3-1. He finds his moment, picks his moment, and takes his moment. R9 it is to give him a 2-goal lead.
Al Raish just lulled Michal into a little bit of a sense of security, thinking he was just holding him at bay. But R9, he's just too big, too quick, too strong. And he finds his way through and punches it into the back of the net.
I know Marcus Gomes got a shout out earlier on broadcast, but I believe it is that man, that FIFA esports competitor who's looking to bring in R9. Correct me if I'm wrong, and you can see why with finishes like that on the left foot. Doesn't get much more top bins. Neymar down the left up against Walker, who is used expertly by Michal. Very similar formations. It's just one more player in midfield for Al Raish, and it's the extra player there that's making all the difference. Through ball over the top, that first touch has to be taken backwards. And then that pass couldn't have been hit any slower if it was tried to. Defender comes out to take it. And Al Raish looking in good control with a third of the time left remaining in this first leg of the winner bracket final.
But we did see Amrabat make the mistake of settling in. Oh, we've seen multiple comebacks today. What am I saying? And as we see, Michel coming down the wing, creating space for his R9, one of the mainstays of the rosters, one mainstay of FIFA Global Series events. I'd be very surprised if there is ever an event where we don't see an R9, let alone a single game where we don't see R9.
He really is that good if you can get your hands on him. This is Neymar, who's no slouch. Vieira, Pogba, and then an excellent press and tackle. Gets the ball, but gets the man, and no surprise there to see a pause, and you see Michel look straight down the barrel of the webcam and say, didn't think there was too much wrong with that, but maybe not a bad time to take a drink of water and just reset.
I had the arm pointing out for the foul. Whistle blown over at this end up here in Brisbane. I thought the player dragged his leg behind. A great little turn from Araish to create the space. And now, can he capitalize from this free kick position?
Number 20.
We said we like them being taken direct. I don't think we'll get it from this distance, and fair enough too.
Number 3, Quincy Promes. And number 11, Musa Sissoko.
That's not exactly how you'd like it to go ahead though. Neymar falling over and the ball going straight back to Michel. 3-1 down, plenty of time remaining. But as Trent has said, we've seen enough twists and turns already today in the winner's bracket to know anything can happen, and indeed, almost anything will. Michel maybe need to get that ball moving a little bit quicker, choosing to take a lot of touches, lure in the defender before going on the attack. But as you can see, Araish is just aware of it, realizing that instead of blocking those passing lanes, he can afford to push up on that player, make the challenge directly. Michel needing to pass that ball, move it a little bit more quickly if you'd like to come back from 3-1 down.
Very much a game of patterns and recognizing the patterns that your opponent gets into. I get caught up in the pattern of sprinting down the wing and fake shotting back. All you need to do is look behind me. But that's where these players are so good. They have multiple different plans for different scenarios when they're on the ball. But Michel has his current plan A of trying to win that one-on-one battle and create space once the defender is drawn in.
Ball forward, out of feet. You thought that might have been the opportunity. On the second occasion, Michel will capitalize. I guess it's only fair, looking at the goals scored by Araish, for Michel to get a little bit of fortune. The first shot was not the right option. Gets that ball back. Neymar does not miss with the second chance. And you wonder, Araish using the 4-2-3-1, about as defensive as you can get. Does he make a change? Or is he happy enough with what he's seen and just a little bit unlucky perhaps with that goal?
I think he needs to really lock in on winning those one-on-one battles, recognize the patterns that Michel is getting into. And in fairness, he did get a little bit unlucky with that challenge just then. If Araish manages to hold onto the ball, see this game out, continue to control the game, his chances will undoubtedly come, as we see that he's so good at scoring on the counter-attack as well as breaking the lines once he is under pressure.
Neymar off, Sainton, Delafeu on for Alessandrini, Martins for Mbappe. The changes have been made, no doubt, due to stamina depletion primarily in these final few minutes. Michel from 3-1 down to 3-2 would love to tie it up before we head to our second leg. This game will progress, of course, to tomorrow, Championship Sunday, if you will. As it bounces around a little bit on this occasion, it's Araish who comes up with it. Might be happy just to take it at 3-2 as we think about the second leg. Indeed, Michel maybe rubbing those hands together, Treaders, in a little bit of a sign of, I'm back in this contest now.
Yeah, Michel definitely not quite out of this one yet. And as we saw previously, he hasn't had the chance to make the mistake with going to the 5 at the back just yet and trying to hold on to that lead. It's such a crucial skill to learn how to hold on to leads and how to control the game and see it out when your opponent is throwing so many more plays forward. And some great goals scored in this contest amongst some other not so good goals.
We're glad we had that first one. As I said, that finish could not have been any more perfect if you tried. On that occasion, good defending, good goalkeeping, but as you see there, Michal just saying, that's FIFA, that's football, this happens, we go again. And Arash said, thank you very much, I guess I'll take it again. Bouncing straight off the defender, back into his path, and delighted at 2-1. Well, you're only going to be happier to make it 3-1. Another moment of quality, the big touch past the defender, big finish. I think Michal wishing his defender stayed with him, but Treaders gets it to make it 3-2 and make things interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see Michal turning up some of the quality of his own with that fake shot, just getting a little bit of panic from Al Raish and eventually scoring. Maybe a little bit questionable, but I think he did enough to deserve a goal in that situation.
Often we talk with FIFA Esports, FIFA 21, about the balance of play, and often I guess that's what you might see on Twitter with people posting up their screenshots of results saying, I dominated that game, look at these numbers. But it's only until you watch a game, play a game of FIFA, you truly get an understanding for the balance, as you say. Not just creating chances, not just taking pot shots from outside the box, but dominating the ball and even dominating play without the ball. Defensively, Al Raish a lot tighter than that first contest we saw today.
Yeah, absolutely. And in some situations, taking those pot shots outside the box isn't the worst option, as it builds up that pattern of defending in your opponent's mind so that eventually you have enough space as they start sprinting out at you to hit the skill moves, to hit the 1-2 passes, to create the space. But it's all about those patterns. It's all about making the adjustments on the fly and seeing what patterns that your opponent is getting sucked into defensively. And it's why you see that sometimes having possession for a long period of time and doing the same thing over and over eventually just results in you not being used to defending, to be honest. And you see that you get scored on really quickly on the counter attack, or you might be 3 goals up, but you haven't defended for a while. And that's where you see just a little switch off and your opponent is back in the game.
I tweeted it within the first week of FIFA 21 at NatePTK. If you don't believe me, possession is a myth. It's all good and well to be dominating that football, but as Treaders points out, if you're not having effective possession in the final third, creating clear-cut chances, you might as well have been giving it back straight to your opponent. Al Raish learning those lessons, Treaders, from that first contest, and the formation switch, the 4-1-2 on narrow to the 4-2-3-1. Not only has he been more defensively compact, been arguably better offensively as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Giving him a lot more control of the game, control of the flow of the game. You need to be able to dictate terms with your opponent, break them down, whether that's mentally break them down, maybe not too much mental breakdown, but break down the way that they attack, the way that they defend, even bore them a little bit, lull them into a sense of, okay, this is the way the game is going. And all of a sudden, bang, you flick a switch, and all of a sudden you've scored 3 goals by changing up your tactics, changing up the way you attack. Maybe you attack down the left-hand side 4 or 5 times. They start adjusting to take out the passes down the left or the over-the-top through ball down the left. And then all of a sudden you have these open opportunities down the middle. The thing I love about FIFA 21 in particular is that when you have those opportunities that you've crafted so well throughout the flow of the game, you're able to make the opposition pay by the improved finishing this year.
It does feel like you have a bit more variation with your finishes. Before it was always near post, then always far post. Finesse, not finesse, the low drivens. To be honest, I'm grateful they're gone. I've scored, or conceded rather, enough of them for a lifetime. As you say, a bit of variations, not just in finishing, but in creating your chance. And the formation is just so much part of that. I would love so much for every formation to be viable. In Weekend League, you sort of see your opponent line up and you see the same players and the same formation again. But as I think you're alluding to, it's the perfecting of that is different. We think about a player in our region. First player that comes to my mind, Mike J, Chunky Monkey FIFA. I'm not sure what he's going by these days.
Melbourne
been
City, Mike
labelled.
J.
Indeed, thank you very much. Recently signed for a club ahead of what we assume will be E-League Season 4. Has been called sometimes the most boring player in the region, which I've never really understood that tag. It only came about when he started winning games. And that's what Treaders is saying here. You can bore your opponent, dominate them in whatever way you want. It's a mental game as much as you're playing it on the digital pitch, as we see the digital stadium that we've got here for today's tournament. It's a mind game as much as it is an actual game.
Absolutely, and that's why we're seeing so many younger guys coming through the ranks, showing that they just don't have that kind of previous mental fatigue, I guess, from previous years of FIFA, the previous years of competitive, the habits that get built up over a lifetime of playing. They're just not quite there. We've got the young lad, Anders, I think, who represents Red Bull Leipzig, going 160-0 or something ridiculous. Like,
he hasn't lost yet.
He doesn't miss. He doesn't lose. It's just outstanding, and it just goes to show that if you have that mental clarity, that mental ability to keep yourself steady, keep yourself focused on what works in this game and what works at the moment in the current meta, the most effective tactic available, you'll go far in FIFA 21.
It absolutely brings me great pain, and I'm sure Mike, maybe Carl as well, will agree with me, to see these young kids coming through on a madness, not even losing games. 14 years old, however old you are, young teenager. When I was 14, could I even read yet? I can't even remember what I was like at that age. I certainly wasn't undefeated, for goodness sake. And as you say, you don't have those preconceptions. As much as some people might not like to admit it, I know I've got some mates that say, oh, does FIFA really change? Yes, it does. Every year, there's a slightly different meta. Sometimes it's completely revamped. I feel personally, from 21 to 20, the changes haven't been hugely great, particularly as we're playing most competitive FIFA on those now previous gen consoles. It's the same engine. It's all done with the same tech. However, the tweaks and changes that are made, not to mention Treaders not having played hundreds, if not thousands of previous games, means you have these teenagers coming through fearless and genuinely not losing games.
It's insane to me to think that they literally do not lose. I mean, I think the most I ever did not lose was playing Seasons or playing Kickoff on Legendary. I think back at 14, 15, I was definitely doing career mode. Maybe the most I'd go unbeaten might have been 10 or 11 games. But now we have the current infrastructure where no matter who you are, no matter how good you have been or how good you haven't been, you can go from being a relative nobody to, if you apply yourself, have the right mentality around it, you can become a professional at the game without too much stress. Oh, I say without too much stress. There's a lot of stress involved for a lot of these competitors, as I imagine Michelle and Al Raish are feeling right now.
Most definitely. We believe that Michelle might not even be hugely physically fit, so tremendous to see him choosing to continue to compete. It's certainly different, Treaders, from back when I was competing back in the day. Back then, it was the FIWC, a lot of IRL events. There was certainly nothing like what we're doing now. Casting online, playing completely online. These were all IRL events, and you'd win them. And I'll tell you what, I've got a few of them. I can see them there in the top right-hand corner. A plastic trophy. Got a nice little trophy. And that was the best thing ever. For an 18, 19, 20-year-old young Nate PTK, I'd get this. I'd get my photo taken, and I thought it was the best ever. Flash forward. I won't say how many years. And, oh my goodness, prize money, prestige, these players being picked up by these world-renowned esports orgs, IRL FIFA teams. It really is completely different.
It's amazing to see the development that has come along, and it's great to see how sustainable this development has been. I believe that we'll see FIFA esports continue to be a thing long into the future because of the way that things are currently set up. We've got regional events that we're able to survive no matter how far away, rather than just having purely LAN events, and that's such a great thing.
The players, the competitors, ready for leg 2 of this winner bracket final. If you're just joining us, this is Al Raish up against Michal. Al Raish up 3-1 before a late-ish goal, making it 3-2. 4-2-3-1 versus 4-2-2-2. Unless we see things change, the winner through to Championship Sunday. Looking forward to seeing how this second leg plays out. Use deep defensive line already from Al Raish. Completely different from how we started the day.
Absolutely. And we'll see the winner of this game even go straight through to the grand final tomorrow. So they only have to win one more, I believe, unless you can correct me on this, unless I've got this totally wrong. We'll see them go through the grand final. They only have to win one more game, as we see Al-Raish extending his lead already. That's the early goal he would have wanted. And it's starting to look like the Al-Raish show continues.
That's the benefit of being in this winners bracket. These competitors have not just started playing today, of course. There have been many rounds, many games of FIFA played, including the knocking out of one-time world champion Dasari. And as you say, Al Raish turning things around, looking a completely different competitor, still scoring the goals, but just being so much more compact in defense. The wider attacking mids helping out, as well as those DMs, but no one can stop that. The off-the-ball run from the wide player, taking the defender completely away from play. And Mashal still in it. It's weird even to speak like that. There is one goal in things.
Absolutely. It seemed to be so far away from a one-goal affair, especially with Al Raish being such a force on the counter-attack. But we'll see what adjustments each of these players make. Al Raish will be more than happy to slow the play down, take time off the clock, but he has to be careful to be effective still with his possession, or eventually he might give up the ball and Mashal will either catch him on the counter-attack or he'll have some effective possession of his own, as we see Mashal able to catch him out with his fullback.
And then just straight back down the byline, you wonder, Mashal, whether he's trying to create the perfect FIFA goal. And instead, whether he should be taking some of these on. A few half chances! The shimmy, the shake, the finish. And we are level at 4-4. My, how quickly a game of FIFA 21 can turn.
And Al Raish just dropping back so far with that defensive line. We saw, I believe, his goalkeeper charging out, but his goalkeeper ended up charging out past some of his defenders. That's how deep his defensive line was in that situation, and just so much space and time for a competitor, Mashal's ability to just pick up the ball he wants. And maybe Al Raish might play a little bit of a higher line, looking to see what he will do. Now he seems to drop a little bit more narrow. We see two strikers and a cam for Al Raish. Mashal not able to make him pay that time.
If you're watching along this evening or this morning, whatever time it is for you around the world, it's great to have you with us. You are watching the winner bracket final. The West Asia region having its best competitors on display. 4-4. We're no closer to finding out who it will be. We've talked formation, we've talked tactics, we've talked players. At the end of the day, it is down to the gentlemen behind the controllers to decide who wants it more and indeed who will go through. And hey, look, as an aside, wait one moment. That shot with too many Weet-Bix. Probably don't have Weet-Bix outside Australia. Too bad, I've said it already. Too much power in that one. And it's out of here.
Too many fighter Brits, too many... Maybe an opportunity for a food sponsor for these further tournaments. As we see a back post cross whipped in. Great save there by, I believe, Nick Pope once again.
We can confirm that Pope is starting for Burnley this evening. Do we want to give him any more further plugs? I feel like he should be giving us something a bit in return for how much we've waxed lyrical about him today. Back in the present, you can see trying to turn there for the middle. Mashal has played that ball practically to the penalty spot before wanting that bit of extra space wide and then finish back across the face of goal. Al Raish wiser to it on that occasion. We're nearing the end of the first half of this second leg, deadlocked at 4-4.
And one thing that is really noticeable between FIFA 20 and FIFA 21 is the way that central defensive mids track back. In FIFA 21, you generally will see that you have to manually take your defensive mids back, whereas previous years, and definitely in FIFA 20, they did not run back. Oh, sorry, they did run back a lot more aggressively.
I honestly feel like FIFA 20 was so long ago that I've forgotten all about that, Treaders. You are quite right. I've already adjusted to it from the beta to the present time. Cut across wasn't on. The defender was there. Not really sure what Michal is gesturing at there. That was exactly how you wanted it to work out, surely. Maybe like me wondering why that pass was played.
Maybe he's trying to get into his opponent's head, thinking he's watching his web camera. Not too sure what he could be complaining about in relation to the game in that situation, unless I missed something.
Last opportunity, perhaps. Al Raish on the attack. No stoppage time left to play. Michal, we got to patent that gesture for you, buddy. He gets those arms raised. Apparently, for any reason whatsoever, I'm starting to wonder if his webcam is on a loop. He's just doing it that often. But hey, it is that man that is back in this game that has equalized to make it 4-4. Maybe he's wondering when he's going to get his token, Treaders.
I was just wondering that. Maybe he's looking at the chat, wondering why everyone is spamming token. You don't need to spam it. Just link your Twitch account to your EA account and you'll get your token eventually after you watch your 60 minutes. But regardless, it's good to see so many people actively engaging and hopefully watching some of these games as well.
Over 66,000 concurrent viewers at once. Wonderful to have this West Asia region being celebrated. If you are just joining us, we are about to have somebody through to Championship Sunday indeed. The very grand final itself. This is the winner bracket final. Al Raish playing it first today. Came back to win 8-6. Michal in the lead for almost all of his game. And then the equalizer and the last minute winner to get through 4-3. Who will make it through? We're about to find out. Only a few real minutes left. Half an in-game FIFA game. All this talk to say it hinges, Treaders, on one moment of brilliance or perhaps even a mistake.
Absolutely. And another pass that we don't often see used is a long driven through ball over the top. Previous years, you might see wing-to-wing switching happening a lot more. Michal opting to take that shot on with the defender clearly in the way. But just switching not quite as effective as it has been in previous years. Particularly, I think back to FIFA 19, FIFA 18, one-touch square button switching on the PlayStation at the very least, as we see Michal trying to force his way through, and Al Raish opportunity on the counter-attack with the player slipping over, creating a lovely bit of space, one-on-one dribbling, and a great crunching challenge from Michal, sees out that current threat.
And then goes straight back down that flank. There is a player in behind, used a little bit late. The attack still alive. Al Raish. I'll tell you what, you love seeing manual tackling being rewarded. And Michal has made 2, if not 3 challenges there that have stopped the attacking play completely in its tracks.
And it's interesting to note how open this game is in midfield. If you take a little bit of a step back from looking at the player on ball, you can see so much space in between the lines for the midfielders to work. If he can just find those balls through the passing lane, you'll find that his defensive mids have quite a bit of time on the ball, especially with the fact that both players are playing a little bit of a low line.
A third of this second leg remaining. Can one of these competitors break open this deadlock? 4-4. Al Raish has been the one to look to changes more often than not. Stuck with that 4-2-3-1 shape for a lot of this game. but change the individual players. The fake shot, the lovely shot. And coming back from behind, Michal with Ronaldo to take the lead.
That is a great goal from Michal there. He's done that a couple of times now, creating enough space with the step overs, and maybe that's what he was gesturing about before. Maybe the step overs just weren't executing the way he wanted them to, but regardless, he was able to get them to execute that time, and the finish is just so composed and so good. I'm incredibly happy that he's able to score that goal after breaking down his defender.
Well, this truly is the calm before the storm. Michal taking the lead, a bit of composure before the finish. And you see there, or you saw there rather, Al Raish changing to a 4-4-2. Some call it the most basic, the most standard formation in football. Well, it may well be that sees him back into this game. As it stands, he will be the loser, and it will be Michal going through Al Raish, immediately looking to respond. Nothing but white shirts in the box, and even outside it. Taking his time now in possession. It is interesting. You get that one goal to give you the lead, and all of a sudden, you become a lot more calm, a lot more composed. Michal will be wary and aware of what happened in the last game he played today, that semi-final number 2. A 3-0 lead that evaporated before he went back to his guns, went on the attack to find the late winner. I think he would be well wise to stick to that strategy and keep the foot to the floor until that final whistle. Excellent opportunity from the free kick. If you were going to see one taken direct today, you'd think this would be it. Michal, what have you got for us? A little give and go, going this way and that. I dare say a wasted opportunity. They are just so much more effective in FIFA 21.
I generally wait to see that 19 to 25 meter range before deciding to have a crack at it. That's the general effective range for those free kicks, but Michal opting to use a set piece routine of his own. As we see, Al Raish creating a great bit of space there. What a goal from the man. The reverse elastico onto Mbappe's right, and Michal's high line catches him out once again.
I was looking forward to a replay of that. The pauses sucked the life out of that play. It was so well done by Al Raish. Goodness gracious me, this West Asia region giving us the excitement that we crave with our FIFA esports. Back level once more, the switch to the 4-4-2, getting the job done. We'll be back right now. We're not going to get that replay. I'll wait to the end of the game.
Substitution.
If you think that we take it easy in between breaks, you don't know us very well. I am on tenterhooks, looking for those replays, enjoying every last replay we get of these goals, because these competitors are playing at the highest of levels. They get their opportunity on this stage. Now Raish gets his opportunity to equalize and does not miss.
And it's so good to see great creative output rewarded with goals. And we'll see Michal once again looking for the one-on-one opportunities, as we see another one-on-one opportunity, space potentially to go one-on-one and get the goal back, and he does. It's 6-5. Michal doing everything right, looking for those one-on-ones, and he scores to bring himself back on top.
The big Siu out of Ronaldo. I saw that KSI thought he was saying sued. That was one of the biggest face palms I've had in 2020, and there's been a few. The big celebration is well-earned, well-deserved, because, Dreaders, these two competitors just won't be separated. Michal, then Anraish, then Michal again. It feels like it's the one-on-one battles on the pitch where this game is now taking place. It's less about formation and shape and more about picking your moment to try and skill past the defender.
Absolutely. And I think I just saw El Raish sub on Saint Maximum to play a central midfield role. It'll be interesting to see what kind of overloads he is able to generate. Now, desperately needing to get the goal back. And are we going to see the first extra time of, actually, well, yes, we'll see the first extra time of this competition.
Unless El Raish can have one last moment of quality. Only a few moments remaining. The player's onside, but then the cut across, not needed. The player could have run an acre into that penalty area. Unfortunately, plays it too early, and Michal runs into freedom, and indeed is running straight into the grand final. Coming back time and time again, and this time you get the big celebration from the man. The big salute as well to finish. Well, Capitano, well played, well deserved. The relief, the expression, Shredders, that's how much it means to these competitors. That's why we love FIFA esports.
I love that so much. And he still has the opportunity to lose a single game and still make up for it in the end. Well done, Michelle. Congratulations on going through to the grand final. We look forward to seeing you play tomorrow.
Well, I'll tell you what, just to show you how things have changed, this is a little off script, but bear with me. This is what it used to be like, all right? This is what it used to be like. A plastic trophy. PlayStation Tournament 2011. The times have changed, and I am quite glad that they are, to see these competitors get what they deserved. Mike, Kyle, take it away.
I've been happy with every single matchup. I just hope this continues for the day. We just don't know what's going to happen, whether it's back and forth from the early stages or it's a late comeback. Every game has been very much so separated late, and it's been who's taking those key moments, who's getting the final piece of necessarily build-up play, and the step-overs have been crucial. They've actually been a major key, as you've seen a lot of the 50-50s, in order to beat those defensive matchups and unlock some additional space.
He did indeed. And for that, Michal makes his way through to that grand final. Championship Sunday, I think, as Nate put it very rightly. Although, for our predictions, Mike, I can't quite remember. Who did you say? Did you say LaSalle?
I'm okay. Yes, I did, but I'm okay being wrong. I'm just all about having, good gameplay and having a nice show between the competitors. So may the better player win. I'm good with it. We had so many back and forth scenarios and lead changes and equalizers in this match. We saw a ton of the bridge dribble. Also, a lot of the step overs, like I was saying, goalkeeper movement. You see that fake shot, celebrations. It means a lot to both of these competitors.
It does indeed, and we can see the highlights of that game going into the second leg right there. We saw that it came close. It was so close throughout that second leg. Currently 4-3 on aggregate, and then it was brought back by 25 Michal, 4-4. And Mike, from this point, it could have gone any way.
In fact, this entire matchup always felt like it could go either way because of the lead changes and adjustments and momentum. And when you're watching it, you're looking for reactions, and you can't really tell who's got a mental advantage. You're seeing a lot of complicated skill moves. You see the resurface here. The ball's bouncing around. You've got to make something happen. You get that inside pass, a little outside of the elastical. You got the finish. You're saying, surely that's the momentum switch, and not quite. We got an instant rebuttal.
We do indeed. Those final few moments of that game when you need to stay cool, calm, and collected. And if one man that can do that, we can see his reaction. 25 Michal right there, which sends him through to Championship Sunday. Although for LaSalle Al Raish, it's not all doom and gloom. It is double elimination, so it does mean that he's got another opportunity. But we can see just here, 8 shots, 6 on target, 45% possession, 91.5% pass accuracy, and 16 tackles for LaSalle. And then Michal, he had 13 shots, 10 on target, 55% possession, pass accuracy 92.5%, and 16 tackles. Plus, he won that game 6-5 right there. Mike, I promised you some exciting FIFA, and that has just been the winners bracket of things. We've still got the losers bracket to go.
And that's what I was going to say with El Raish. He's in a more favorable position as well in the losers bracket, where he's going to be able to maybe potentially make that comeback to get himself into the grand final. That's how this works. And they say dogs are a man's best friend. I'm actually thinking if you play FIFA, it might be stepovers. How many stepovers are we seeing throughout the games? Come on. You have to have this down pat.
That is very, very true. Right, we need to pick out a key moment from that game, and we have our analysis presented by PlayStation.
Well, thank you very much, Kyle. We're actually going to revert back to an earlier matchup. I think it showcases the bridge dribble, which is a skill move that everyone needs to have. This is mandatory. It's a new skill in FIFA 21, and it's universal. Any player on the virtual pitch is capable, and it's kind of a bread and butter example. I really like this from El Raish. You got the path to bridge success, as I've coined this breakdown. And number one, it starts with advantageous attacking. Number two is indecisive defending, a bit of a 2-for-1 here. And you got a lot of space to work with. So he's going to attack that space with Mbappe because you get a speed boost. He's going to take that defender out of the equation, and you're rewarded instantly across the body. You've got the power to finish. Is spectacular. We've seen a lot of great clinical play, which is why we're having so many matchups that have been high scoring. You're not just creating those chances or getting the build up in the right locations on the virtual pitch, but being able to convert is crucial and something that you're always going to see at the higher levels. They're going to be able to do this better than most players.
Right, let's have a look at our winners bracket. This is how things have panned out throughout day one here, the FIFA 21 Global Series West Asia Qualifier number 1. We saw Lasalle Al Raish taking on Amrabat FC. He won that one, so he progressed through to the final. And then we had M3 taking on 25 Mashal. And then we've just seen in our winners bracket final, Lasalle Al Raish taking on 25 Mashal, with Mashal coming out on top of that one right there. For him now, Mike, he's really going to be in a great position, a position of power going into tomorrow. And for the other competitors, they've got to now wait until tomorrow, and they've actually got to wait until they get through to that losers bracket for round 2.
Well, he's sitting pretty. He's into the finals. He's got an extra game in hand. If you're brand new to how this competitive structure works, if you're able to win out the upper bracket or the winner's bracket, you're then in the grand final guaranteed, but your opposition from the loser's bracket has to beat you twice. Basically has to reset the bracket. So in theory, the percentages of you winning the tournament are through the roof, or much higher, almost a 2-for-1. And he's got to know that. And he gets to play less games now. He can watch the other players. He can study. He can take a breather. Whatever you want to do, Michelle's earned that.
He has indeed. Right, we have got plenty more FIFA 21 action coming up for you, so make sure you do stick around. We now jump into our losers bracket. Yes, round number 1. We're going to have both of those matches coming up for you, and as you can see, we do have a Juve 9 taking on Yasser in that losers bracket round number 1. So make sure you do stick around. I'll be back in a few minutes time.
The FGS 21 West Asia Regional Qualifier 1 is presented by PlayStation 4.
Welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series West Asia qualifying round. Yes, it's the regional qualifier here. My name is Kyle Walker and I'm joined by Mike LaBelle. We've already had our winners brackets right there. We know who's going through, who's dropped into that losers bracket. But Mike, this must have whet the appetite of people at home because they're going to want to compete, aren't they?
I don't know that saying about wet appetites, but this is definitely what I'm looking forward to. I like to see the winners bracket and the guys that are in form, don't get me wrong. But now it gets really intense because you're not only playing for money and global series and progression and legacy, but someone's going home. This is it. This is the all she wrote, wrap it up, the end of my tournament, or the beginning of a better narrative. A positive storyline. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm telling the story a little bit differently.
No,
I'm just saying
it.
this is what I'm excited for every single time. Even when we had a lot of the Swiss formats throughout the years, I'm waiting for those elimination Swiss games. Not the guys that have been killing it and they're feeling confident, everything's free flowing, but maybe the reverse end of who's going to be able to squeak out these results.
Yes, and if you're at home and you know what the saying is by whetting the appetite, well, it means that you're missing out on the competitive action. You've had a little bit of it, but you want some more, and you can do that with the PS4 Tournament Open Series. Here you can see the PS4 tournaments are weekly competitions for all skill levels, competing against your friends and rivals for unique rewards. You compete online for prizes ranging from unique game-specific dynamic themes and avatars to in-game currency and cash prizes as well. Those who play in the EA Sports FIFA 21 will have a chance to show off their skills to friends and rivals in weekly broadcasts hosted by PlayStation. And all you've got to do is go to compete.playstation.com and sign in with your PSN ID, and that'll take you to the competition center, Mike.
And the competition center is your one-stop shop. It's your destination where you're going to get the tips, you get the tricks, everything's integrated really easily, tournament structures, tournament signups. I've been using this for quite some time now, and it's really simple. Like you were saying, you just make sure to go to compete.playstation.com, lock it in, sign it up, register, and then everything is integrated into the PlayStation, into the console. It's as easy as it gets.
It is indeed. I love that during all of these broadcasts, because we're in different parts of the world, I'll have sayings, you'll have sayings, Nate and Treaders have little things as well. But I can confirm, Nate, if you're listening, we do have Weetabix in the UK. It's not exclusive to Australia, all right? So we can clear that one up right there. Mike, we've talked about the losers bracket. We've talked about it being two tales, all right? Two stories. One side of it, they're going to go home. The other side of it, they're going to progress through. But the pressure is on because you can't lose again now. This is it.
Well, there's always going to be heroes. There are going to be villains. And for someone to prosper and to progress, somebody has to go home maybe a little bit early. Like I said, these are the matchups that I look forward to most. I don't know if that makes me a little cynical, but I love the winner go home approach play because this is a double elimination bracket, but now we're into single elimination. This is your time to shine, or you don't have the same bragging rights. I love looking on social media, on Twitter. A lot of times the competitors will go back and forth. It's also where all the supporters and the fans start to put a little more pressure, a little more emphasis. Hey, we're watching, we're tuning in. You said you were going to get this result. I don't know. I'm there. I'm here for it. It's entertaining to me.
I like it. I do like it. Now let's welcome Nate and Treaders to the stream right here very quickly once again. I like these one-word predictions. So this time, Nate, I'll start with you. Who are you going for?
UV9.
Oh, straight in with it. And Treaders, UV9 or Yasser?
Yes, sir.
Oh, one apiece. Mike LaBelle, who are you going for?
We got a split decision with the Weetabix boys. Is that what it is called? Weetabix? I'm doing my best here, all right? I've got Yasser.
Yasser, and I'm going to make it 2-2. I'm going to go for UV9 in this one, all right? We'll see what happens. But Nate and Treaders, it's over to you guys.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Kyle. I always like it when we pick different competitors. More than that, I hope we get some entertaining games here in the losers bracket. Welcome if you're joining us for the first time or you're back after that short break. My name is Nate Patrick, or Nate PTK, and I'm joined by Treaders. Treaders, explain your choice to the viewers at home.
Well, these guys actually have played earlier on in the winners bracket. As some of the viewers may not be aware, this is a continuation of the overall online qualifiers. It started with around 294 players, I believe, and we've now cut down to the final 16. This is the first time we're going to send someone home today, and for me, I think it's going to be Juve 9. I think, well, previously, in their previous matchup, it was a 4-2 victory to Yasir. However, Juve 9 did play some rather competitive players, so we'll see what they produce in this matchup.
I think I'm just backing the continuation of the theme we've seen today. Learning from your mistakes. It's all good to concede, maybe even occasionally to lose a game, as long as you learn from it. Juve 9 versus Yasir. We will see who takes their chance, because there are no chances left after this. The loser doesn't need to go home because they're likely already home, but they will be eliminated from this tournament. We're likely going to see the 4-2-3-1 up against the 4-2-2-2. The dribble into the area, and the player jumping over the ball. Because it's helped your team to get a goal. Neymar, I tell you what, Trez, if that was in real life football, probably be ruled out for offside.
Great goal there from Neymar. Great finish, winning that one-on-one battle with the step-overs and the elasticos. And I believe if we went back on VAR, yes, you could be correct in saying that that player may be adjudged to be interfering with the goalkeeper's view. But regardless, the skills put in place by Neymar, 5-star skills, 5-star weak foot, as everyone should know and be aware by now. So dangerous, the double combo, the double danger, dare I say. Just creates so much opportunity for goal scoring.
Patient build-up at the moment. He has time to play his own.
In reply, what have we got? Since Saman starting, we haven't seen that today. We've seen him come off the bench, but certainly not in the starting 11. Renato Sanchez, back to that man. So skillful on the ball, good for unlocking defenses. Doesn't get the return pass on that occasion, turnover. You might see a continuation of this theme. Lovely over-the-top through ball. Maybe not as over-the-top as you might like. But Juve 9 scoring that first goal. Looking to get a second. Moves across. Ball inside the area. Which way will he go? Now it's a 1-on-2. Might bail out of it, and does. Goodness me, the skill on the ball is tremendous. And Juve 9 making it 2. Lovely build-up. Lovely dribbling. And the finish to boot.
Once again, Juve 9 just coming out of the block so strongly. And Yasir has so much to prove just yet.
$2-0. Well, that's an early lead indeed, and then making it count double. Beautiful work inside the area we talked about in that last contest. Players using the step-overs, playing using skill moves, isolating the defender one-on-one, breaking him down, and capitalizing. That was done. Is there a reply? Yes, there is. Yasser says, don't leave me out of this. I'm going to join in on the action, shifting it to the right foot, hitting it into the back of the net. Goalkeeper just falling on the floor. Pele, very high rated, lovely attributes, lovely stats, but just a foot item. Not often used. Maybe Treaders, he is just too good.
Potentially that rating might be a little bit too high when you can fit other players under that rating who can potentially do similar things. But Yasir may have a particular preference to use Pele, and we'll see whether that choice of using Pele at the cost of weaknesses across the rest of his team. Mind you, his team's remarkably strong considering the player he has. But we'll see Juve having to show his defensive strength instead of that beautiful offense that we were seeing.
Good to see. Yasir not going to sit back and just allow the play to be dictated. Getting back into things. Unerring finish. It's been end to end. I tell you what, to start off with, Juve 9 all the way across. Mbappe, and you see there, trying that one extra move to get inside instead of doing what I would have done and unleashing the big finesse from near the edge of the area. You see it, defending very deep, but loving the space. That means he gets in behind here. because he's not looking forward. This front four trying to combine. Ronaldo, wider steal, and a lovely shot from what would normally be an impossible angle. But in FIFA 21, anything's possible. And that one on the left, the sidest of side nettings.
That's an incredible finish there from Pele. Once again, the decision to bring that man in is clearly paying off. And I feel like we're having a little bit of deja vu with a repeat of the first game of today. I'm not complaining. I love seeing plenty of goals scored, but I anticipate tighter second leg.
I'm sure you watching along won't be complaining. Tritters and I certainly aren't. We love seeing goals of the highest caliber. And these finishes, pretty as a picture. You see it more than into this game now, looking for a third, and there it is. You see it. Unerring, unnerving, left foot. Guess who it is? You already know. To take the lead. Well, that lead for AUV9 barely lasting a few minutes.
That close control from Yassir was just exquisite. And what better player, if you're good at close control, to use than Pele? We're seeing that 4-star weak foot not really mattering for that man right now. And he is unstoppable with his Pele.
I'd love to give more hands-on feedback or thoughts on Pele. Haven't even got him on a draft just yet in FIFA 21. Guess that will be one that I look for going forward. No chance of me bringing him to my team unless I get Gazalinga pack luck. If you know what that means, you're very blessed. AUV9, not as blessed as he'd like to be right now. Down 2-3. Hasn't been doing a lot wrong at this end of the pitch. It's been at the other end, Tritters, moving those defenders around and maybe not giving that Pele the respect it deserves.
Absolutely, but it's so hard if you spend too much time focusing on an individual player. It just opens up so much for other players. And that's a great challenge, well committed, and a terrible giveaway though. So much space now for Yassir to create something. 1-2 passing, link up, and the header off the rebound. Yassir creates something out of nothing, out of a mistake from Juve, and puts it in the back of the net.
St. Max, the man on the goal sheet at that moment. And these goals in stoppage time, I used the term before and I'll say it again, it's a heartbreaker. You think you're in control, or maybe in this case, a Juve9's thinking, life isn't so bad, I'm just one behind. And then all of a sudden, just like that, the double. And that was just 1-2 passing. There's some goals where the keeper saves it and it rebounds back. You feel like it was unlucky. But on that occasion, Treaders, surely the defense really was breaking down. It's just the finish should have been better on the first time of asking.
100%. And the only way that Juve could feel a little bit hard done by in that situation was maybe that his opponent wasn't as good as finishing and he didn't take advantage of the situation. But you can't have complaints when you're giving your opponent that much space in behind and leaving your goalkeeper so brutally exposed.
From 2-0 up to 4-2 down, and we're just into the second leg of this, second half of this first leg. Once again, that would be me looking at my notes, trying to keep up with all the goals that have been scored. 6 in a half of FIFA. Good to see them at both ends as well. AUV9. There's a 3-on-3 here. If he plays that over the top through ball, chooses not to, you'll notice now the white shirts start to come back and the moment perhaps is lost. Looking for passing options. Getting inside here, moving it wide. Mbappe absolutely taken out by Semedo. I just got that once to watch card in my team. I have a feeling he might be doing bits IRL, so obviously that foot item will increase in rating if it gets an inform, and I'm backing that it will, and on that occasion, that's what you want to see from your fullback.
One player who I'm not too surprised we haven't seen too much of considering his price and the comparison to other players around that price. But that's Marcus Rashford. He's got the strength and the skills for myself. But at this level, you need to make those coins stretch as much as you can. And here he comes again, and a brilliant save. Denies Yassir.
It's just 1-2 passing again. It's the exact same as the goal conceded right before the half, except on this occasion, the rebound doesn't go back to him. Maybe he should be doing better with that finished at the first opportunity. Interesting to see the Hull City badge as well, if I'm not mistaken, Treaders.
I believe so, yes. That's interesting choice.
Just
Maybe
like our teams
choice?
in the lower leagues, is all.
Yeah, potentially.
Get that Bournemouth, Norwich, and now Hull love in there. The ball attempted to be played down the line, nothing doing, and then sliding in. I said yellow cards and red cards aren't as likely in FIFA 21, but that just didn't need to be played, quite frankly. A little bit of frustration from losing that ball.
I think I'm the only person I know that has managed to give away a proper red card in all FIFAs, considering how difficult it is this year to receive those straight red cards, but I'm still managing to rack them up through the brutal style of play that I do love to see.
When we talked about it before we were live today, how hard it was to get a red card right on cue, right on stream. Jay Treaders slides in there. Last man challenge gets the red. As you say, I haven't seen many, if any, given out yet. Let us know on Twitter if you have or not. At EA, at ourselves. We'll get back to you, don't you worry. Lovely step inside the area. Yes, you're just looking for that final ball. The angle, the gap is closed. And almost gets the flick-on header from the corner, but it feels like something's changed, Treaders. Was it a formation change, a mentality change, whatever it is, it's paying dividends.
Sometimes all it takes is a little bit of confidence in your own ability, and maybe a formation change or two can go a long way to helping you feel like you're in control of the game. That pass not needing to be played so early, just wait until the other competitor's defender commits in a direction, and then you play that pass. That way, you have so much more space to operate. The player is a lot higher, and you're in so much more control rather than reacting to what your opponent is doing. You're able to dictate terms if you wait for your opponent to commit to that challenge. Unfortunately, Juve, he gave that ball away in a bad position previously, but now he's won that ball back, and he's getting ready to go back down the other end.
I feel like from Juve, it's the 4-1-2-1-2, just looking at that player positioning. I hope I'm not wrong there, but it does feel like that's the setup, and it does mean only having one defensive mid. You can be a little leaky in defense, particularly if you don't get those players tracking back nice and quickly, as Treaders expertly covered before in FIFA 21. You really need to manually bring back your defensive and center mids to help out. Otherwise, they'll take their precious time jogging back into position. Juve 9 in the first of these second legs in this loser bracket, round one, match one. Trying to get back after scoring 2 early ones. They've since then conceded 4 on the fly. Pele and then St. Max getting it done. Working it around. Maybe could have used the width, but you can understand the need, the urgency to keep playing direct. Not finding anything that he likes, though. Look at this. The 2 defenders covering. Ball inside. Neymar all the way back to N'Golo Kante. The overload comes. He plays it to an offside player. And all that to naught.
Great piece of defensive work there from Yassir. Just forcing Juve into spaces that he was uncomfortable attacking in, and not enough movement from him. But now Yassir able to come down the other end, playing very direct, and nearly forcing a mistake by playing that early ball. Happy to give up possession, surprisingly, and giving Juve another final opportunity, last one of this first leg.
Here he comes. Needs to make the most of it. Ball inside, tight angle. And the defender, I'm not sure if he was being controlled, Treaders, or whether that was the AI, but whoever it was, it is crucial. It is clutch. Pele will collect the match ball. And AUV9 may be wondering at this point already what might have been.
Absolutely. He was very close to making this game a little bit closer. I'm quite surprised Yassir went for that full-blooded cross. Maybe a little bit of inexperience showing just there, but what a start from Juve. Just creating some brilliant chances early on, using that full stamina of his players to absolute full effect.
Here I was thinking the prediction king would continue, but Yassir would not be denied. Getting past the defender, and we've seen the shift from foot to foot make the difference, create the angle, take the chance. Maybe, as I said, only having one defensive mid working it is not helping for Juve. You see they're both central-looking midfielders not doing anything because they're not being controlled manually. Yassir, again, playing that ball into the spot with ease. And as soon as it's into the box, Treaders, it's almost half your job done.
Absolutely. Once you get one-on-one with defenders, that's at least half the job done. A little bit fortunate that he got bailed out after his finish was not quite as good as he wanted, but regardless, he did so much good work in the build-up, he almost deserved a goal. There's so much going into each and every one of these goals that these players are scoring, so much thought, so much decision-making that these players are putting into it. It's great to see that it's such a back and forth contest, and that's what we really love to see in our FIFA Global Series.
As for Juve then, what to next? When you start like a house on fire, you're absolutely smashing it on all cylinders, and then before you can blink, there's been 4 goals conceded. Does he look back to what he was doing so well at the start, or does he sort of change tack completely, you think?
I think sometimes to start with, you get a little bit of luck, a little bit of your opponents are just slightly off the pace, and you need to make your opponent pay in those situations, and he did a little bit, but unfortunately for him, we're seeing Yassir just show how strong he is as a competitor. I think Juve will need to control the game a little bit more, wait for Yassir to make his mistakes, and he will make mistakes. We saw him give up possession very dangerously, but in the final third, Juve needs to be confident, needs to back himself to get those passes in, and he will score his goals and will be back to potentially level if Yassir isn't responsible enough when he's in possession of the ball.
We've talked quite a bit about mental composure and stability, making sure you never feel like you're out of the contest, because before you take on the competitor, Treaders, you do need to make sure you're a hold of yourself. Yassir's mental state after being 2-0 down. Talk to me about what that's like as a competitor. I know that you're a coach and you're talking with the young lads. Get down, get negative very quickly. How important is it to stay composed and always believe you can come back?
Well, if I can borrow a term from basketball, the short memory after you concede a goal, or no matter what happens, whether you're up in the game, whether you're down in the game, you have to have that short memory. You have to forget whatever's just happened unless you're adapting or making adjustments. But I think, from my perspective, the adjustments need to be on the coaching side of things. From a competitor, you need to be absolutely present in that moment, doing everything you can to win those one-on-one battles and to counteract your opponent. That's where having a coach comes so strong into account.
Greek Freak, competitor in our region, who's applied the services of a coach and looks to be unbeatable in our region. We've seen it on the world stage, and I'm sure we're seeing it here. We'd love to hear from some of the coaches again. Join the conversation on Twitter, chat with us, and let us know what you're thinking, how you're feeling. We are just in between breaks, if you will. We're having a break in between legs. We'll have leg 2 for you very shortly. Competitors, no doubt, taking the opportunity to get a drink of water, maybe have a quick chat about that game. But as you say, Treaders, it's all about staying present in the moment. Funny that you were saying having a short memory. I feel like I have that, and that doesn't help me one little bit, but I assume you're talking about something slightly different there. I'm loving the finishing of this game so far, and in fact, of the whole day so far. I'm not sure if this is a thing specific to West Asia. It's certainly not a feature of my weekend league games anymore. The clinical finishing has been very impressive. Maybe only 1 or 2 shots in that entire match that weren't aimed top ends.
It's such a crucial divider between your gold 1 players, your general gold players, and your elite players is the ability to finish, that ability obviously to score goals. Once you get into the final third, what can you do there? I think most gold players will compete with not the best, with a large amount of elite players in possession. But once they get into the final third, they're just not quite there. I know personally at the moment, my final third finishing is just not quite there. My defensively and in possession, I'm fine. But once I get into the final third, I'm just not quite in that composed headspace that you need to be to get those high results.
I feel like you're singling me out there. Elite player that's now a Gold 1 player. Fair enough, Treaders. I hear that message loud and clear. It is a pleasure to be able to call this action. Of course, Jay Treaders from Brisbane, Australia. Myself from Sydney, Australia. We're used to competitors from our homeland, Australia, taking on players from around this region. But this year, with the Global Series being back, we are getting these regional qualifying events, giving the competitors an excellent opportunity to showcase their ability and their talents. We haven't really had any blowouts so far today, Treaders, which is great from a competitive standpoint. Do you think we might see, if one competitor starts getting on top, I guess Nasir in this case, a little bit of showboating, or is it staying true, composed until the end?
I think with the current way that finishing is, I think it's very hard to, you have to be 4, 5, 6 goals in front before you feel totally comfortable, because you know that if you make just a couple of mistakes, you have to go back to sitting calm, sitting composed. And at this level, these players are so good at finishing. It just means that they're able to make your mistakes pay.
As we have a look at some of the info, the bio from yesterday, utilizing that 4-2-3-1, which has been consistent with what we've seen today. Also enjoying the football of FC Barcelona, playing the beautiful game. Will they hold on to Messi? Are they just going to let him go? Is he headed to Man City? We look forward to finding out what happens there. But his first FIFA, if I read that correctly, only FIFA 16. He is still, in relative terms, a newcomer to the scene. And maybe, with Dasari no longer in this competition, this is his time to showcase his ability.
I'd be interested to see what kind of level he was playing at in FIFA 16, whether he was doing the classic gateway to FIFA, I guess, playing a heap of kickoff games, going up the skill levels, or was he straight into FIFA Ultimate Team?
Juve, the other competitor that's taking place today, that is fighting away in this contest. Again, 97, I see things like that, and I remember how old I am, using that 4-2-2-2, which I'm not sure if we've seen too much of that. Maybe he started with that before going to the 4-1-2-1-2 narrow. Juventus FC being his favorite club. FIFA 13, that's a bit more like it for your first FIFA title. Good to see, again, competitors from this region, Shredders, getting this opportunity. And I think we need to realize it and talk about it as it is. The first time that you're getting this exposure live on stream. I don't have it up right now. 60,000, 80,000 people watching it at any given moment. How huge is that for you as a competitor and also as a person getting noticed by FIFA esports orgs and football teams from around the world?
It's insanely big. It gives you so much more leeway when you're having these discussions. You go from having a discussion with an organization and they're like, well, who are you? I've played some qualifiers for about 50 people to 75 people at home, if that, to now playing in front of 40, 50,000 people all yelling token at once. I mean, the difference is huge. It makes such a difference in those conversations that you're having. It makes a difference from the organization's perspective when they're having the discussions with potential sponsors. A lot of these players will be looking to go full-time. Sometimes they won't quite have the earning ability when it comes to content creation and that sort of thing. So they have additional sponsors come on board for the organizations. And that's where having these players represent these brands directly in these events for 40, 50,000 people live concurrent is such a big deal.
Of course, that adds up to millions overall. We do believe the second leg is now only moments away. The FIFA Global Series going from strength to strength, having its biggest year ever, and it's only getting bigger as we head into leg 2, the loser bracket round 1, match 1. A Juve 9 had a 2-0 lead before you see it scored 4 unanswered goals to take the lead and enjoys that aggregate lead into this second leg.
And I'd love to know what the people in the Twitch chat are thinking. Who's going to come out on top in these games?
Token. Should we just do that, Treaders, for the rest of this game? I was tempted to just continually say Taken throughout, but would quite actually like to commentate again. Yeah, at the end of the day, Token's the real winner. You see it. Again, wants to utilize that 1-2 passing with his furthermost 2 players. Most likely an attacking mid and a striker in that 4-2-3-1. Really well played from the goal kick to AUV 9. Sometimes it can be the basic things that look the most impressive or at least be the most useful. This is the overlapping fullback, Semedo. Maybe that's something he will be doing a bit different to get himself back into the contest. Fullbacks usually on stay back while attacking. Maybe it's now balanced, maybe even join the attack. Does mean you see we'll have space in those wide areas. Now's the time to see if he can utilize it. Goes down the middle, the centre backs drag wide. You see it. Does indeed make him pay. Possession is a myth. AUV 9 with all of the ball, taking so much time to try and create his chance. You see it. Sees the centre-backs getting drawn wide to cover the full-backs. The full through ball, rather, is played and pierces the gap. Doesn't miss. 5-2.
And it's interesting to see that a lot of these players, when they get one-on-one, when they see their goalkeeper exposed one-on-one, they feel the need to employ goalkeeper movement, which is a lot slower than other years. Whether that's a thing that is encouraged or is it just a habit that they've picked up from previous years, I think the players are just that composed that you're better off just sprinting your goalkeeper out, see how much ground you can cover off all the angles, and there's a clear foul given away. Juve, 20 meters, and the set piece routine kicks off. The Neymar rainbow flick thoroughly dealt with as he's crunched by 2 other players.
Maybe it's just a Oceania thing to take those free kicks directly. A little bit surprised. We haven't seen one so far today. Maybe they're just saving it up for the big moment. 20 in-game minutes played. This year, very comfortable up 5-2. Those 2 goals for Juve 9 must feel like an eternity ago. Here he is on the ball through Mbappe. Neymar out to Sanchez. And now those fullbacks will be used indeed. Semedo running down the byline, maybe could have kept going. Very, very delicately poised. And then crunched by Gomez. What you see now, waste no time in going up the other end. Looking for that forward pass. Not even passing backwards. I really like to see it. Just manually dribbling on that ball until the forward pass is there. Instead of going back and missing the opportunity, you really give yourself another one. Lovely ball to Mbappe. You can't get past the fullback, but it's very direct. Very, very promising. You see it. Where's the goalkeeper gone? He disappeared. With the rest of the players there for a moment with the same collar top. That's what Yasir, I believe, was thinking about. Hang on a second. Would I just be going direct? Would have been a little bit cheeky. St. Maximin dribbling around Vieira. wanting to return it but can't. It's been good from Juve 9 so far. Vieira, St. Max, and then Mendy coming across to make the challenge. That's a little bit better. But for Juve 9, it's up the other end where things need to change. Down the right-hand side. Now inside, Juve 9. Neymar cannot get away from the defender as much as he tries. So he goes for the pass, but you see his defense. Apart from those early first 2 goals he conceded, well, rather since then, has been impeccable.
It's been interesting to watch the change in play style from Yassir, which, I mean, I was just going to speak about how composed he has been on the ball, and as always, I think that's my second commentator's curse of the day, but it wasn't even a commentator's curse, it's a commentator's pre-curse. But he's taking a lot more time on the ball in possession, just waiting for Juve to press. It's a lot harder to press this year due to the nerf in second man press. And as we see, space for Pele, space for a shot. And I believe there was a deflection there. Yep, there was definitely a deflection.
Excellent sliding challenge to keep him at bay for the time being. This is Pele, the man that's done most of the damage. That ball a little heavy, Mbappe can't keep a hold of it either. Time running out for Juve. Would love to get one in this half to feel like he's truly back into things.
It'll be interesting to see what Juve is actually looking to do on his attack. Will he look to just hit on the counter and effectively give up possession? Or does he feel the need to control the game a lot more?
This is the final opportunity of this first half. The second leg, Costa just deposited into the turf. And as such, the scoreline stays the same. Dreaders, we talked about formation changes. I think we're still yet to see the 3-5-2. But you have a look at those stats, and indeed you watch the game with your own eyes. It doesn't take an expert, it doesn't take a Mike Lebel to say that something needs to change, and it needs to change now.
It's just a matter of time before we see the beloved 3-5-2, loved by many in weekend league, but taking on weaker opponents and just scoring beautiful goals with the overloads. I think we might just see the slightest of tweaks in player instructions, maybe tweaks in the way that the team presses or how he presses his opponent. I'll be interested to see, or more rather, I wonder how long it will be until we see team press activated and the options just taken out of the place, as we saw some lovely left stick dribbling. Yes, here, just take a bow.
I think Juve 9 might take the bow back into it. 5-3. You see it, I'm sure. Will feel like he didn't do a lot wrong. Juve 9 just too strong. And a crunching tackle. This time it's a towel. Game on, perhaps. Plenty of the second half still to play. That is why Mbappe is worth the coins. Single-handedly can create and indeed finish opportunities like that.
And it was just the left stick dribbling, the composure, as Yassir backed further and further off. And we see once again Juve rushing his play just the slightest bit, expecting the challenge to come in instantly. Maybe potentially could have lobbed up the pass, but instead opted to go direct. The fake throw in, trying to just make sure he keeps hold of the ball. And here he comes again. Here comes Juve.
Does not miss. You can put it on repeat. A towel of all players it is. Johnny on the spot. Well, it's a towel on the penalty spot. Puts it away. 5-4. Game on. He doesn't have the worst shooting in the world. 73, you can see there on your screen. That's good timing, thank you. However, not the man you would have predicted to get Juve back into it. Well, predictions can go astray. 5-4. Juve 9 playing to stay in this tournament. You see it, wondering, how did it come to this? Neymar to Mbappe. Well read, brings out Gomez, does you see it, to make the manual challenge.
Effectively fake-shotted in the wrong direction, the exit. Not quite the way he wanted it to. In the end, he inevitably fake-shotted directly towards Gomez, the on-rushing defender. And unfortunately, lost the ball, nearly completing the comeback. And we see a lot of space in behind if he's able to find that man. Totally unmarked, and there he is, finally finding Pele to CR7.
The moment came, but the moment went. You see, not quite would have sealed it, however, would have felt a lot more comfortable, because you feel like FIFA 21 already. Very early call that PTK, so be careful. But the game is really flowing. The momentum is really changing. Competitors a lot more in control of the action. Rafinha turn! He won't finish! I know he wants it on the other foot, but the space was there. He gets a second go. Ronaldo almost missing a second goal.
That first chance just went begging. That's the problem with the weak foot on players. Rafinha, only a 3-star weak foot, I believe. And it's just so easy to defend. He had his defender close enough that he would have blocked the shot. But you may have heard me let out an "oh no" as he just decides to ping a shot. First time, he was in so much space. He just needed to be a little bit more composed. I can't believe he just let it fly. Rush of blood. Regardless, he has to go again.
Can confirm that 3-star weak foot for you. I was hoping I might get him in my rewards shredders, but not to be. 79 shooting, 75 finishing. However, in FIFA 21, there is sometimes the necessity, if not compulsion, to shoot with that weak foot. Mo Salah, another one for me that I know. Way too good on that weak foot, even though the foot item might suggest you shouldn't be trying them. It can and does work out, but hey, the left footer not being used on his right. Opportunity goes, and maybe for Juve 9, that will be a moment to look back on and wonder, would I have done differently? 15 in-game minutes plus stoppage time left. Credit to these two competitors for what has been a brilliant game to watch. Here is that man to St. Max. He's going on the overlap. Mbappe wants to give it back to him and does. Juve trying to pass inside now. Maybe he has to go back. He goes across. St. Maximin to Atal, who's still up there. Neymar. Here we go, the one-on-one. Neymar, which way are you going, inside or out? He goes inside, back into Gomez. That wasn't quite as clear-cut as that last chance, but another moment of possibility, but ultimately coming to nothing. At the other end, you see, with Pele, goalkeeper, Hugo Lloris gets down and then backs away, saying, hey, defender, you take that, I did my job. Great defending. Again, Gomez has been really well used by Yessi. We talked about only switching to your defenders, particularly your centre-backs, and making challenges with them if you're absolutely sure. Well, Yessi is taking a few half risks, completing his challenges. That pass not completed. Here we go, maybe. St. Max, there's a player. He's through the gap. Keeper comes out. You know who it is. Nick Pope getting it done. Lovely little chipped goal kick to keep things going. Mendy to Mbappe. We'll get it back. Here we go. The overlapping run. Ronaldo turns into no man's land. Final minutes. A Juve 9 is a goal behind, but has the ball. The through ball. Finds the player, Mbappe to St. Max. He's onside. He's not onside. He was onside the first time, but he chose the longer pass. Just, I don't, almost got no words here. The 4-4-1-1 being used. This is Yassir trying to defend this lead. And there we go. A bit of normality restored. You can hear me gasping. What's that, 3 or 4? Calm down, Nate. But the 4-4, give defensive mids, get Vieira in there breaking ankles, and sort this out right now.
He needs to get that ball and keep it. We saw him attempt to just before. Maybe he feels that the 4-4-1-1 is the best way for him to do so.
He's wrong, Treaders. I'm not having it. I want the defensive mids to lock it down. I guess we'll see. Is that a kind deflection? Maybe kind enough. Has to go forward. Might not even be enough time for this. A Juve 9, Mbappe. This is it. The ball, Neymar. Blocked by that man, Joe Gomez. Where's it gone? Nick Pope. The punch of a lifetime from Nick Pope. And out of play. You see, gets it done. Goodness gracious me. Almost like that other game. The comeback, but ultimately the clincher. Treaders, I predict this one wrong. But what a game of FIFA 21.
You love to see it. That was such a close, insane, tight finish. But in the end, I believe the better player has come out on top. You see, seeing that one out. Juve, not clinical enough and not good enough at finishing his chances, but full credit to Yassir doing enough to see him out.
No doubt we'll have a look at the replays and the goals that were scored. Maybe in that game, it was a story of the chances that were not taken. Mike, Kyle, break that one down for us.
Nate and Treaders, thank you so much for that one. Mike, as Nate has just said right there, you have to take your chances. And if you don't, well, with a game like this, playing against the best in the world, it's not going to go your way.
It was definitely intense. That's what we asked for. And it does come down to those very small moments with being clinical. One touch this way, an extra touch that way. Oh, should you have released then? Were you a little bit late? Were you a little bit indecisive? And that's kind of how it comes down to these breakdowns. And we're in a lovely position where our version of the game, or our visuals, are always imperfect decision making. We're saying, oh, we should have done this because we're not in the game. We don't have any of that tunnel vision. As you see the highlights here, near post. And if there's anything that has been a guarantee throughout the matches today, they're going to be close. And once somebody brings that team press at the end and they make the formation changes, there's a lot of action happen. Tons of activity. You see another near post finish, and that's something that was brought back into FIFA 21. Early on this year was all about the far post, but after a couple patches, we've seen a lot more near post action. Maybe some good fortune there for the rebound. Goalkeeper does not parry it, and at this point, we're starting to see Yassir create a bigger gap, and you're starting to think to yourself, you're reflecting, you're saying, oh, this is going to be game over as he adds to it. Beautiful, no problem tapping that home. I'm seeing too much goalkeeper movement as well. I know Nate and Treaders were talking about it. I believe pro players have made a habit throughout past FIFA installments where they're moving just way too early. The goalkeepers aren't strong enough, or not quick enough, I should say, in order to really get benefits or enough benefit from a risk to reward perspective for some of this goalkeeper movement. It's unwarranted as you see the comeback. And there was another chance there that we're not going to see on replay, but there's a couple missed opportunities, I should say, from Juve late that could have been great, and this could have been 5-5.
It could have easily been 5-5, but it wasn't. Yassir coming out on top, 5-4. A Juve 9 with 8 shots, 7 on target, 49% of the possession, 93.5% pass accuracy, 13 tackles right there. Whereas with Yassir, he had 9 shots, 8 on target, 51% possession, 89.5% pass accuracy, and 12 tackles. But the all-important stat is the 5-4, which means that, yes, sir, he lives to see another day right there. Now, Mike, one thing I do want to touch on is that goalkeeper movement, because it is something that pro players are either very good at, or, as you said, sometimes they may go a bit too early. And once you commit to that, you have to commit to it. And it's a thing of, you just hope you've gone the right way.
Well, it all comes down to timing. And it's very easy for us to sit here and break this down, freeze frame, and say, oh, this was mistimed. Of course it was, but you only have a very fine margin of error in order to do this correctly, where you're scooting them towards the near post, you're guessing the far post, and these are also pro players. They understand goalkeeper movements, so you're seeing more of the ball rolls, the fake shots, the scoop turns, the step overs. All of these little movements throw off a goalkeeper, a body feint, or even a fake body feint, and then if the goalkeeper goes, you can just tap it home, and it looks like a major error, but it's just more credit to the offensive players.
Right, we can have a look at the bracket right now as it does stand. We are in the losers bracket of the tournament right here, as we've just seen Yasir beating Juve 9 5-4. He moves forward, Yasir. He will face Amrabat FC, who lost in the first matchup of the day. And next up, we do have Mamba Mentality 8 taking on Kayed HM for a spot in round number 2 to take on M3. That is what everyone is looking to do. And that second matchup in the losers bracket, round number 1, will be coming up very, very shortly. So stick with us. Make sure you stay around. We'll be back in a few moments' time. See you soon.
The FGS 21 West Asia Regional Qualifier 1 is presented by PlayStation 4.
Yes, welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series West Asia Regional Qualifier. My name is Kyle Walker. I'm joined by Mike LaBelle, and the competitive action is in full flow. We've got one match left of day one. So if you're at home and you're wanting to compete, well, you can do that at some stage because, you know, it's the weekend. You might want to get involved in Weekend League. But if you're at home and you're thinking, well, I'm watching these, I want some rewards, well, we've got you for that as well, okay? Now, during the FIFA 21 Global Series, you have complete control of your viewership rewards. Yes, for the first time, you will receive guaranteed rewards for watching the best FIFA players in the world compete at the highest level, which I can assure you they are doing this weekend. Simply, and this is the most important thing, link your Twitch and EA accounts. Watch at least an hour of FIFA 21 Global Series competitions live on Twitch on the select weekends, and you will receive one FIFA Global Series swaps token per weekend, which you can redeem. Yes, you can use it to redeem lots and lots of prizes and essentials in the game. So why not? Come and join us. You've got the expert Mike LaBelle, you've got me, you've got Nate, you've got Treaders. Stick around for an hour and you are rewarded for it. Plus, Mike LaBelle, he just drops those little gems in the ocean for us all. Just those little things that will take your FIFA 21 ability to the next level. Mike, we're here, we're rocking, we're rolling. We've got one more game in the losers bracket. It's exciting. I'm loving it. It's nice to see you again.
I mean, pearls are of good quality, but diamonds are forever, depending who you ask. But yes, it's been a pleasure. It's been a long time since we've really got together, so I'm really happy that all the games have also lived up to the hype. There's not been a single matchup today that has not been premium quality, back and forth, nitty-gritty, skill moves, high scoring, games not being closed out well, other games where you're saying, oh, we're going to write this off. The first leg looks different than the second leg. All sorts of different adjustments, tactics, coaches, emotions, roller coaster up, roller coaster down. You've got a little bit of everything.
We do indeed, and hopefully this last matchup of the day will provide that
excellent
entertainment as well. It will. I remember mentality taking on Kayad HM. That'll be our losers bracket round one, second matchup in that. Now, Mike, these two are going head to head, and for them, this is it. It's do or die. It's do or turn the console off. It's do or you're not playing for the rest of the weekend unless you've got your weekend league games to complete.
All I'm hearing is rage quitting. That's all I'm hearing when you're saying consoles getting turned off, items might be getting broken in the office. I wish that I was better than that, but all these monitors are at risk at all times when I'm playing FIFA.
Well, not here, not with me, they won't be. Not during this tournament, they won't be. But let's talk a little bit about that next matchup then that we do have, Mike. Because for these two competitors right here, being in the losers bracket, you've got to have a different mentality because you are on the edge of going home. But also, you're there. You're right in the thick of it. And some people do thrive off that pressure. Some people do thrive off actually when their back's against the wall, when they're in the corner, they've been backed up by their opponent, they come out and that's when they play their best.
If you want to be a competitive player, you've got to perform well with the bright lights. You've got to perform well under pressure. That adrenaline needs to push you to play at a higher level. And it's something that I always think about when I've talked to MS Desari or we talked to Fnatic Tex. Both of those guys often find trouble with motivation if they're not playing for big moments. And it's because they do play better when they know that it has to happen now or it's never going to happen. A lot of times we've seen comebacks from both of them in big events as well because they're getting that drive. They're saying it has to happen. If I want to be who I am, if I want my legacy to live on, this is the moment that we got to grab onto.
We do indeed. Right, let's deep dive into the fact file of trivia when it comes to iMamba mentality. Let's have a quick look at some of his stats, what he likes to get up to. Right here, born in 1992. Ooh, 4 days before Christmas right there in Saudi Arabia. That's where he's from. His favourite formation is 4-4-2. His favourite club is Al Ittihad Club. And his first FIFA title was FIFA 13. Now, Mike, for you, FIFA 13, I mean, that must feel like a lifetime ago. You were deep into the competing by that stage.
I was indeed. I mean, my first FIFA installment was 2004. My first tournament would have been 2006. I think at the first FIFA Interactive World Cup, which has now been rebranded to the FIFA E World Cup. It's interesting too. I got in my ear, or with some Googling, maybe some additional research, Mamba Mentality is also an engineer in real life. So we've got the engineer with the Mamba mentality. This is the hybrid that I'm talking about.
All right, those players are ready, all right? So we want to jump straight into it. Nate and Treaders, quickly, let's get some predictions from all four of us, all right? Mike, I've not started with you, I don't think. So one word, I'm Mamba Mentality.
I'm not doing one word. I'm not doing one word. You're not getting one word. A lot of you guys are going to go with Kayed, but I can't go against the Mamba Mentality, the engineer. He's the old guy out of the grouping, too. Maybe I'm the old guy amongst us, so there we go. Mamba Mentality.
There we go. Nate, who are you going with?
Yeah, I think you might actually find Treaders and I being basketball fans too, like this whole Mamba mentality thing, so that's the way I'm headed as well.
Oh, Treaders, are you following suit?
Token. No, I'll actually go with I Mamba mentality with this one. Going to follow the suit of the basketball trend.
All right, I've got to join. All four of us going for I Mamba mentality. Hopefully he can do the business. Nate and Treaders, it's over to you.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much, Kyle. For our last matchup of the day, 2 legs to take place. If you're unaware, with the terminology Mamba mentality being coined by the late, great Kobe Bryant before he so tragically passed away. Hopefully, Treaders, we see a bit of extra motivation then, a little bit of that mindset, which means you're attacking, you're aggressive from the start until the very end.
Never back down, never take a backward step. I'm interested to see if that skill that he's developed in engineering, being able to see things through, spend a long time focusing on things, it should play nicely into the current meta of FIFA 21. I'm interested to see how Kayed turns out playing. He says his favorite formation is the 4-2-3-1. This should be a very well-controlled affair. And I'm not expecting to see too many goals. I'm expecting it to be largely played on the defensive end.
Mamba does like using the 4-4-2, that being the standard variation with the center midfielders. I know that both are English speakers as well. We hope that we can get a chat with one of them after this game. We'll see what goes down. Do not miss a thing. Our last double-legged affair of the day. This is I Mamba Mentality 8. Versus Kayed HM, the white versus the red, Saudi Arabia versus Kuwait. Let's see how things transpire. The loser will be eliminated, the winner through to tomorrow's play.
I'll be interested to see if Mamba steps up in the 4-4-2, whether he's using his defensive mids or his central mids as deeper lying defensive mids, whether he's in the 4-4-2. The second variation, where he'll have dedicated defensive mids rather than what he currently has.
Playing inside and back and across. Again, we'll see how these styles differ, or indeed does take place. Back to Kante. Happy to hold it up in these early stages. Never the worst idea, just to get a feel of the game. Kante continuing his run. I tell you what, there's a few players you don't really want to see in the box that maybe you don't expect to score. Atal was one of them. Kante even more so. This is Lucas Moura, who I don't think we've seen start today. I had him in my starter Premier League team before he got usurped by some bigger and better right wings, right midfielders. That tackle, the judge not to be a foul. And a calm, cautious start, possession-heavy start from Kayed HM.
Plenty of opportunities still to come. A lot of time left in this clash. And the player not adjudged offside. Mamba still looking to clear that ball away. And scrambles it back to his goalkeeper.
The player on the far side, keeping him onside. Almost resulting in our first game. Almost surprised to see a goalkeeper save. So clinical have the competitors been today in this West Asia part of the world. Good to see they know how to find the goals, and plenty of them. Good as well to see how the competitors react, both on the pitch and off the pitch. We've got big celebrations today. We saw the big double fist pump. We saw a lot of what on earth can I be doing? I think you'll find with the vast majority of FIFA esports competitors, wherever you're from around the world, Treaders, it's calm, composed, and in the moment.
Absolutely. As we were talking about before, just that short memory, making sure that you don't get too far ahead of yourself. You focus on controlling the game in the middle and scoring your chances. As I get caught up on my own words, not scoring that chance to speak very well just then.
Good recovery, to be fair. Another turnover from Qaid HM. Again, has done well having possession in the middle of the pitch. And then that final ball a bit rushed, and the same here at the other end. Just a little too aggressive, and you see Mamba there, as I might shorten it to, leaning back a little frustrated having played that ball. And just another turnover, needless turnover. The ball inside was never close to being on for our last game of the day. Can the competitors match the quality of the ones before? Varane absolutely dropping the striker there, not giving him one look.
Just absolutely monstered him.
There we go, that's a better through ball. Ronaldo running onto it. Wonderful sliding challenge. Namesake at the other end. Corner to Mamba. Back post, keeper comes out. Punches well, but I was going to say only as far as Mbappe. It goes this way and that before it's eventually hoofed long. Tackle doesn't result in keeping possession. And then how a bit of that for a bit of ingenuity. The flick up before the long through ball. Are they better on the volley? I don't know if I've seen that yet in FIFA 21. Is this an untapped strategy, perhaps? Eventually, that play does break down. And you've seen that in FIFA 21? Surely that wasn't an accident, Treaders.
Had to have been on purpose. It's reminiscent of the old El Tornado crosses on the flick up or the volleys that we used to see back in FIFA 19, I believe it was. A little bit of a throwback play. Passing more effective when the ball is in the air. Over the top at the very least. I'll be interested to see if that happens more and more as games go on. Or was it even a mistake? I doubt it was. And now we see this second player lock of the day. And it works brilliantly. The cross to the back stick. Intercepted before it reaches its target.
You would love to see that type of ingenuity being rewarded. Qaid first with that brilliant flick up before the lofted through ball, and then on that occasion using the player lock system, which Mike LaBelle dodged talking about before. Mike, I want that breakdown, brother. Give it to us. No better man for the job. 1-2 pass between the front two men, not working out. And we see Qaid there with a bit of a smile at the end of the first half, Treaders. Maybe realizes that wasn't at the quality that he can quite achieve.
Yeah, not quite there. He seems to be looking for a little bit of a high five, so he might be happy to head into the break with score at 0-0. He might feel like he's able to just get back on top at 4-4-2 for both players matching at the moment, which is why we're seeing so much possession exchanged in the middle. Neither team with a clear mismatch in the middle of the park.
I like seeing that team name being called triple-double as well. As the basketball terminology keeps seeping into this broadcast. Nothing we can do about it. It's the way it's going. The 4-4-2, as we said, we might see being utilized. 0-0. Not much really to learn from there other than more composure needed. That'd be a 3-word summary from the first half. But we do have high standards, as was talked about by Kyle, by Mike. It is very, very easy for us, where the former players are not, to sit here and judge. A lot harder to do it when the bright lights are on you and that extra pass played to a player who was offside.
Not quite the quality that Coyote would be expecting of himself there. An opportunity to hold the ball up, do a couple of step overs before going on the attack. But unfortunately, he just looked to rush his attack.
Happy to pass it around is Mamba. Again, looking for the pass that maybe you want, but isn't there. Very, very easy, particularly when you've played against competitors that maybe aren't of this caliber, to play passes without really looking. It's sort of automatic. You know your formation. You know how you would like it to go. However, then when you actually get into a game up against a good opponent, you realize that pass you thought was on isn't there, but you play it anyway because it's just muscle memory.
I'll be interested to see if either of these players opt to take a more aggressive player in their defensive mid. As we see, have a brilliant ball making its way, but there's not enough composure there from Kayed. Simply turning the ball over, and now Mamba Mentality has a chance to spring a counter attack. That's something that I'm noticing that as much as any of the other competitors today, or rather tonight, wherever you are, is they're not doing nearly as many step overs, and they're not utilizing their decision-making ability.
Played back across to the deep-lying midfielder. Happy to wait for that forward ball. Here we go, past the defender. And a big fist pump from Kayed. Waited for the moment to strike and takes it through Kylian Mbappe. Lovely goal, lovely finish.
That is a brilliant finish there. Great build-up, finally finding that ball into the middle, and it all came from a rarely used switch. The left mid to right mid switch, finding him in so much space, forcing the slide of the players.
How will Mamba respond? Came a bit out of nowhere. The one-on-one battles, that's what you want. You want to isolate one centre-back or full-back with your striker. At this level, have the skills, whether it's step over, left stick dribbling, however you like it, to break down your man. But then you still need to finish after that, and that was lovely from Mbappe. Across the face, unerring. That through ball could have been played a touch earlier. Indeed, it's offside. Through ball down the left-hand side, but brought back. Maybe it wasn't weighted as much as it could be. That's a lovely initial pass. And then the flare pass in response from Kayed. Is he past the defensive line? No. Pace, very important in FIFA 21. And yet, it feels like even when you're through, your player with the ball is going to dribble that little bit slower than the player chasing, and you can get caught up. Sometimes having good strength as well as good pace is just as important.
Absolutely, the combination of those stats, including balance as well. Not as often talked about in the casual community as much. But having that balance combined with strength, as we see a chance for Mamba Mentality looking to square, but unable to make anything of substance happen. Team press seemingly activated for Mamba Mentality, and the chance again to go forward once more.
Player on the right-hand side was the bait. Now the switch. Mamba inside the area, trying it across when maybe just needed that little bit more patience to pass back again. Gets the ball back though. Mamba Mentality. Can you make the most of this opportunity? Lozano. A few names we haven't seen too much today. We like it when we see the unique players being brought out in-game, of course. You see all those players back, not just defenders, but midfielders too. As we head towards the end of this first leg, is it fair to say, Treaders, that Kayed has generally been in control?
A little bit. There's still plenty of chances for Mamba Mentality to bring himself back into this contest. We're seeing quite similar mistakes being made in possession from both of these players, really. We're seeing a lot of sloppy turnovers that the players higher up in the bracket, like Al Raish and other players, will capitalize absolutely on, and they may just be licking their lips at the thought of facing these guys. I think for a knockout game, you have to try and control as much as you can. And maybe the 4-4-2 just isn't it for controlling the possession, controlling the flow of the game in FIFA 21.
A few comments in the Twitch chat. Yes, we're reading, don't you worry. Saying you don't like this passing around the back coming out of Kayed with this 1 goal advantage. Another saying, watch for Mamba Mentality's last-minute equaliser to make it 1-1. Well, I guess we will see how it does unfold at the moment. Kayed with that lead, happy to sit back, happy to break into space, happy to use Adama Traore, who is probably one of the best examples of a foot item that does not need a high overall rating to be effective. Thought maybe Ronaldo was through there, not to be. Back to Vieira, look how deep this defense is. Trying to force your way through, and then the tackle to bring them down. Well, we started this day with a penalty. We might as well get close to ending it with 1-2. The manual challenge a little late. R9 steps up and pelts it down the middle. The same celebration from the first goal. Mamba Mentality will have it all to do in this second leg if he wants to stay in this competition.
And that is a well-taken penalty. A lot of these players opting to take their penalties down the middle. And Mamba Mentality not picking up on the memo, unfortunately. Even with still being able to watch head movement. As we see Mamba Mentality looking to push for to at least get a goal back. But he's unable to do so at the end of this first leg.
Interesting you say about that head movement, Tritters. I distinctly remember Discord calls, or you're watching in somebody's stream, wherever platform that is, and you're being like, look at the head movement. Come on, it's not that hard. And we all think it's very easy telling them where to go. On that occasion, if you did look for that head movement, it would have been fine. Just really quickly, let our viewers know what you're talking about.
So if you look really close at the head movement, you're able to see whether they're aiming to the right or the left before the penalty is taken. Once you start powering up though, the head is locked on. So in that situation, the head was locked down the middle, and if you just simply react to that, a lot of people don't switch where they're aiming because of the error that is added in addition, as we see that penalty given away there as Cuadrado sweeps his legs out from under him. But once again, just look down the middle, and for a lot of the players, maybe simply taking a little step to the right and then diving late to the left is a high percentage play rather than just diving in one direction, as it helps you cover so much more of the box. You might get a trailing leg, not the box, sorry, the goal being a box technically. But the trailing leg, just an arm gets thrown out. If you dive late rather, I think it's absolutely crucial that you do this as a general competitor.
And it is little moments like that, a penalty, a missed time challenge, that can make it 2-0 from 1-0. It was a lovely first goal that was scored. Good passing, good weighted passing. And it just feels like we're seeing that extra dimension in play. It hasn't been end-to-end FIFA 21. It hasn't been dominant from either competitor. Not a lot of shots. But I feel like perhaps Kayed is just trying one or two more different things. When it is deadlocked, when it is going haphazard, we've seen passes being played straight to the opponent. He's saying, okay, I'm clearly not playing my best FIFA right now. How about I give this a go? And there's little things like that, which is probably the only reason we have that 2-0 scored line.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing so many mistakes in possession that we're just not used to seeing at this kind of level, at the global level. But I believe that the pressure of being eliminated on this single game is a lot responsible for that, as well as a matching of formations. Interesting to note, Kayed has stated that his favorite formation is the 4-2-3-1, but in the entirety of the first leg, correct me if I'm wrong, he was playing the 4-4-2 to match Mamba mentality.
Happy to adjust on the fly. Good to see that he backs Liverpool FC despite all their injuries they've been having this season. We like seeing the FIFA esports teams kits, but also the traditional ones mixed in as well. What a wonderful ecosystem we do have in FIFA esports. You talk about that matching of formation, Treaders. You might have your favorite one, but particularly we see FIFA esports competitors match the formation when they believe they have the skill edge. The theory being, we've more or less got the same teams. If we're using the same shape and I think I'm better than you, then surely I'll win. Do you think that's a good strat or maybe a little bit arrogant?
I think it's a good strategy. I don't know. It just depends on where your strengths lie, correct? Like, if your strengths lie in your finishing ability or in your passing ability, then sure, that's going to do absolute wonders. But if you're defensively more sound in the way you defend one-on-one, or if you're defensively more sound in the way you control your team, maybe that's not the case. Maybe you need to have your 4-2-3-1 to help you in your build-up when you go on the counter-attack. Maybe you're better off in a 4-4-2 diamond, which is something that we haven't seen today, but I know is growing in popularity in the community. I know personally I do not enjoy playing against the 4-4-2 diamond, particularly when they have Hullet, the 90 Hullet sitting at that cam spot. He just tracks back and runs absolutely everywhere.
We saw him being talked about as a player that might feature in this matchup. I wouldn't say that any individual players, again, in-game players, are having tremendous impact. It's more been a little bit of ingenuity, a few decisions here and there. And Mamba mentality, while not trying some of these more outlandish things, bouncing it up to hit your through pass on the volley, has maybe just not looked quite settled. You said, Treaders, that could have well to do something with the mentality, indeed, of knowing that you will be eliminated if you lose this game.
Absolutely, but it's funny that his name is Mamba mentality, because he needs to really lock into that mentality of not taking a backward step, play his way, and the way that's got him this far in this tournament. There is absolutely no reason for him to be rattled, nervous. Well, there is a reason because of the stakes, but he needs to be able to back himself for what he has done so far to get to this point. You are good enough to play at this level. You just have to show it each time you play.
We are hearing that there are indeed tactical changes being made. Wonderful to have the expert production team keeping us abreast of what's going on. No doubt something will need to change for Mamba mentality. And yet we have seen it today, sometimes work, sometimes not work, where competitors in the lead change their tactics and formations to try and lock out a result. Is that still a good strategy in FIFA 21, or are those days gone with FIFA 20?
I'm more leaning at the moment to having the slight modification rather than full-on changes made to your strategy. Obviously, you're doing some things right to take the lead. Why would you change the fundamentals of what has given you that lead? You have to be able to back your tactics until they don't work. It's like switching from a plan A to a plan B way too quickly. It's save your plan B for when you need a plan B. Keep your plan A firm and keep working on it to the point where you can rely on it in every situation. Maybe make a couple of tweaks here and there to make it more defensively sound if you're trying to hold the lead, or more sound in possession as you try and hang on. But I don't see the point of doing a full-scale change to your tactics and to your strategy when you've clearly outclassed your opponent by 2 or 3 goals. Especially as in particular, that allows your opponent to stick to their guns and potentially pull back from where they were a little bit uncomfortable and maybe take an advantage where there wasn't one.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think that's the phrase. It's getting a little late here in Australia, so apologies if I've absolutely messed that one up. There is nothing worse, though, Treaders, now that you say it, as a football fan as well. You see your team up 2-0, 3-0. If you're a Western Sydney Wanderers fan, sometimes this just being 1-0, and then it's 5, 6, 10 men behind the ball, just hanging on for that 1-0 result. Not only is it nerve-wracking for the fans, surely it can't be doing the players any sense of good. And then we translate that to FIFA esports. Surely your mindset must shift from I am dominating to I am holding on. Well, it's well and just for us to say what should be done. Let's find out what will be done. It is a 2-0 lead to Kayed over Mamba Mentality. Let's see what happens in this all-decisive second leg.
And we see that change. Hullet is on the pitch. It's good to see him back in FIFA esports, running his own, or being the face of his own esports team.
Save made with the attacker attempting to turn back. Alisson, the Liverpool bias maybe flowing through to the goalkeeper choice on this occasion. And if that player was onside, I'm packing up and walking home. That through ball was to a player with no one within a cooey of him. There you go. There's your second Australianism of the day. But clearly offside.
Is Australianism an Australianism?
It is now, yeah. I'll just keep inventing words and phrases and passing them off as things we say down under if you don't like or don't understand. Mamba Mentality. Lovely pass and move football, something we're used to seeing from Liverpool. And then that one extra one, again, it feels like he maybe is being that bit too aggressive. I know we want that strong mindset and the belief as we see that intriguing pass again. Again, I'd love to hear Carl and Mike talk about whether they've seen it before. I just haven't. In all my VODs and research and stream watching, doesn't work on that occasion. But it feels like Mamba Mentality is pushing that little bit too hard. Again, playing that pass that he wants to play instead of playing the one that is there to play.
I'm in total agreement with that analogy. You need to play the passes that are available to you, and the more dribbles, the more one-on-one that you play, that you're able to create. As we see space for Hullet to get a pass off, and eventually the ball finds its way into the back of the net. Kayed really establishing domination over this clash.
Lucas Moura, the man on the score sheet. Very nicely done indeed, as we say, playing the extra pass where you see it. He saw that run made down the right-hand side. The pass was to perfection. The finish getting the job done. And a 3-0 lead looks unbeatable for Kayed. Mamba Mentality with a chip! Well, that's one way to get yourself back into it. Mbappe, with not a lot of space or time, decided to try the relatively early chip, and it finds the back of the net. Mamba Mentality's first real chance over 2 legs of this game, and he makes it count.
Interesting tactic employed here by Kayed. The hug sideline tactic, using the full width of the pitch. And we're going to see another chance for Kayed. Pull it at the back stick, not utilized in that occasion.
Still with the ball, Kayed HM. Again, maybe after conceding that goal, will just want to hold on to possession a little bit more. Very heavy one-on-one defending coming out of Mamba Mentality, forcing the turnover. And now Mamba Mentality can start pushing. Ball inside. I feel like it'd be on repeat if I say what I want to say. Forcing it. And then there's plenty of gaps here at the back. Moura fake shotting inside, onto the left, passing it across this way and that. And then a little bit rushed. Mamba Mentality hanging on.
And one thing is, it's a little bit of a throwback, is the hug sideline tactic. I remember when it was first introduced, I think it was FIFA 19, as we see a beautiful cross in. Stop that point. There's the goal.
Mbappe is the man for the job yet again. And balls across the face, crosses of any kind, may be seen as a little too risky by a lot of competitive players. You feel like you're not completely in control, but if you have the vision and indeed the execution, you will reap the rewards. 4-1 now on aggregate. And it's not quite party time for Kayed, but it looks like Championship Sunday awaits. A lot of work to do tomorrow, but still progression nonetheless.
And we're going to see Mamba Mentality engineer a comeback as he engineers a goal for himself. Still in this clash, skipping the celebration and skipping the replay.
No time to muck around. Again, Mamba Mentality out of nowhere, really. Hasn't looked like he's been creating much, and when he has, it's not been of the highest caliber, and yet, these half chances are being converted. They weren't going in that first leg. In the second leg, they are golden. This is Mbappe. That might be a little heavy, so he's forced to cross it in. I think that was done out of necessity rather than out of desire. Down the left. Early ball. Player in space. One more pass, if you don't mind. Kayed with the Liverpool jersey on real life. He's got it on in game. And he is loving what he's seeing from his boys in red to get that lead restored.
That is brilliant play there. I believe that hug the sideline tactics are really playing a role in this clash. Kayed with so much space out wide, with players just not marking tight enough. And it's true one-on-one football. And if Mamba Mentality wants to make the adjustment to come back into this game, he's going to need to increase his width, which will create space up the middle of the pitch.
As we approach the end of the first half of this second leg, good to see Mamba Mentality getting onto the score sheet and getting into this game. Was through on goal rather, before turning back inside. It really is a little bit of mind games. Not sure which way you should be going. The 4-1 being used. I will admit, it has not been used particularly often. You get those three bodies in the middle of the pitch, but Treaders, you pointed it out perfectly. He wants those wide players being used. The middle of the pitch is more for being locked down, and then he uses the fullbacks and wide midfielders to just run into that space.
This is one of my personal favorite formations in both real life and in game. I love seeing the 4-1-4-1 play an incredible role. You need to be able to hold that ball up, hold that ball while your players make those runs in behind, but that defensive mid plays such a crucial role in breaking up the play, and it gives you so much stability. This is much better than switching to a 5 at the back or the 3 at the back. Switch to a slight variation of a formation you're comfortable with.
Mamba Mentality will need to find a way to break it down. Good passing in between the lines, and that's, correct me if I'm wrong, Treaders, the first shot outside the box we've seen today.
Maybe first or second, as we see so much space in behind. If Neymar or Rashford can make it count, and they do not on that occasion.
Now playing almost exclusively on the break, Kayed. Hold on to what you have. Defending for his life, because Mamba Mentality's through again, and as his player ran through on goal, just took that touch inside rather than outside. And in FIFA 21, where you can finish from anywhere, there's no need for it. A player alone in the middle isn't used, doesn't need to be used. How on earth has that gone in from there? Lucas Moura, and indeed Kayed, take a bow.
That is an exquisite goal. I cannot believe he's had the audacity to take that shot on from there, but why not? When you're in the zone and you're playing as well as Kayed has across both of these legs, winning the challenges he needs to win. And here comes the team press from Mamba Mentality, willing to risk conceding more and losing the stamina of his players in order to get the result he needs.
As you say, Treaders, then when you're in the zone, you got to make the most of it, make it count. And it feels like he just is in full control of what's happening a lot of the time, as we see that maneuver once more. There you go, Kyle and Mike. That's what we're talking about. We want to see if you guys have seen that at all. Kayed's the one FIFA competitor I have seen in FIFA 21. Try that out. And it's only worked the first time. But as we're saying, Kayed just feeling this game, knowing he's in control of what's going on. Even that pass is finding feet. And when he had that player in the middle, he said, you know what? I don't want the simple goal. I want the exquisite one. Took on his player one-on-one. Found the near post finish. Getting it done. And as you can see now, enjoying himself. And able to pass the ball sideways and back. Tries to go back inside. Maybe the confidence flowing into something like arrogance. Wonderful tackle again. Not just in an attacking sense. These slide tackles as well. Timed perfectly. It's end-to-end Treaders. Here he comes, Hullet. His favorite player to use. Just walk it in. When you're ready, he'll take the pen, will he? Got fouled, I believe, by Edison in the build-up. The sweat was there across. Wanted to close dribble. Maybe ball, roll it in. He must really want Lucas Moura to get the hat-trick if this is what he's doing. No, there we go. There we go. Hullet steps up. Keeper doesn't move. Rude Hullet finishes. And that, Treaders, is game.
That is a very comprehensive performance from Kayed. Feeling himself at this point, and why wouldn't you be? 5 goals up. Just enjoy the moment. There's not too many opportunities in competitive FIFA where you get to play in front of 60,000 people and just display your ability to have fun and create some beautiful goals in the process and play with no pressure. As we see Mamba looking to create a little bit of pressure, but Kayed is just smothering him still.
It's not even been a particularly bad performance by Mamba Mentality. You feel like he's just gone, I need to try and get back into this game. I might as well lose 10-2 if I'm going to lose. And I do respect the effort to really throw everything at this game. It's just been Kayed with a rainbow flick now, and the right stick touching Neymar almost all the way in. You'll only see me try that in a game if I'm up by 5. And a good save made off the chip. Kayed really having fun with it now. Of course, he does lead by 5 in aggregate. Maybe there's something in that. This time it's Rashford. Really haven't seen any games like this today. Everyone as close as it can be until the final stages. Kayed utilizing the space in behind as Mamba Mentality leaves it all out there on the digital pitch. Happy to sit back in defense. Every player, apart from the striker, in his own half, making the tackle inside his defensive penalty area before starting the counter-attack. And here we go again. Hullet at snail's pace before accelerating past. Hullet might have been a touch to get past the player. Again, you watching at home might be like, why is he not playing the simple pass? Well, I believe the answer to that question is he's up by 5. He wants to have some fun with it. Rashford goes for the early finesse. And a bit of a face there, suggesting he didn't expect that to go wide.
Quite surprising to see him take that shot on. I was waiting for the rainbow flick, the El Tornado, the Balassi flick, anything, but he decided to simply just try and score another goal to add more misery onto Mamba Mentality.
Last touch off the defender. Mamba mentality with a chance for a goal. As you see Zaha being brought onto the pitch. Was one of my first red picks and has been absolutely useless. Let's see if it can be used to better effect here. Hullet, double flicker to Vieira. Keeper coming. Keeper gets there. Vieira gives him a what for his trouble. Credit Kayed, who has stayed disciplined when he needed to and then truly expressed himself in this game. Mamba mentality, throwing all the defenders up, leaving space in behind. Ultimately, it will come to naught as Kayed, with a beautiful smile after some beautiful FIFA 21 treaders. That was a joy to watch. It might not have been close, but boy, was it fun.
That was a lot of fun for us and a lot of fun for the competitor to no doubtedly take part in. I'm very glad that Kayed came out on top. It was a lot more relaxing for me as a commentator and for you as well, I'd imagine, not having the back and forth that we've had in all the previous matches.
Mamba mentality, unfortunately, does leave us in this West Asia qualifier. However, there can only be one winner per game, one winner who advances to Championship Sunday. From myself, Nate Patrick, and Jay Treaders, it's been a pleasure. We'll see you again tomorrow. Mike, Kyle, break that down for us.
Thank you, Nate and Treaders. Mike Labelle is joining me, Kyle Walker here. Wow, Mike, we all went for Mamba mentality. It was obviously the wrong choice because Kayed, he just made it look easy.
I think we had a little bit of a bias, especially if you're a fan of the NBA or a fan of Kobe. You see Mamba mentality and you say, I want to see this guy win. I want to see him succeed. We all grew up in that era. And I will say he had a couple things working against him, probably with the age. Even though he built up the Engineer, and I love the name, the Engineer, FIFA's still a game where you need to have a certain level of creativity. And it was high scoring, which is definitely a positive take from this, but this was the biggest spread easily from all the matches that we saw today. And once momentum starts going against you, or if you're struggling and you can't find maybe the correct rhythm or just some of those final instances, it can get ugly and get ugly quickly. And we did see him fire back with Mamba mentality, but it was not enough to really deal with Kaiden and everything that he was bringing to the table. You're seeing that whip cross, which is something that's very, very effective in FIFA 21. Another new feature to go with the likes of the bridge dribble and also the player lock, which I know that both Nate and Treaders were mentioning. And if you're not familiar with the player lock, I'd love to detail it or do a little breakdown. It's pretty complicated to a certain degree, but you can do a lot with manual movement. And if you're a mastermind of taking advantage of that player lock, as you see all smiles, he knows this game is wrapped up. You can find locations on the virtual pitch that would not necessarily be filled, or those lanes wouldn't be filled naturally. Look at this goal in the near post, by the way. Talk about hitting the top corner. Unbelievable. He might have surprised himself. You see the reaction. I mean, you talk about power on the weak foot. Lucas, no problem. 14 and 12. He deserves the W. Kayed deserves it, and he's moving on.
He is indeed. Every single time Mamba mentality got a little bit of an inch back. Well, Kayed just decided, Mike, oh, no, I'm going to go and score again. And he seemed to make it look not easy, because none of these matches are easy, but you talk about that creativity, you talk about having fun. 14 shots, 12 of them on target. Possession was quite close, 53.5%. Pass accuracy, 88%. Tackles, 16 for Kayed. But I wish we had a stat for creativity, because it's 110%, surely.
I don't know how you measure that if you're looking at a statistical alignment where we can really add the measurables and the variables. But it's always going to be important in FIFA. It does not matter which year. I mean, some years it's more important than others. But when you're getting at that competitive level, you have to have the ability to innovate. And in having innovation with balance and maybe having a mix of some structure, now you start to get to that perfect potion that you're putting together.
Oh, I love that. The perfect potion that you're putting together. Now, Kayed, he's definitely going to need that perfect potion moving forward, because he has still got a bit of a mountain to climb, Mike. When you go in through in the losers bracket, you've got another round. So you've got the second round, then you've got round 3, then you've got the losers final, and then you've got the actual grand final. So for them, I mean, they've got a big hill to climb.
Well, also for Kayed in particular, he's going to have a reset now. If he had it his way, I would assume that he'd probably prefer to keep playing right now because he looks so in form in that game. We saw a lot of these more complex build-up plays and creativity that you're talking about. You're in form, you're feeling good about yourself, you're confident. And if you have creativity with confidence, that is going to be a beautiful partnership. So I'm sure that he would prefer not to take a day off and come back tomorrow.
Well, let's ask the man himself. Kayed HM is joining us here in the stream, fresh off that win right there. Kayed, welcome. I hope you are doing well. Congratulations. Can you hear us? Can you hear us all good?
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Now, how are you feeling after that win? You look like you're enjoying yourself.
Well, I enjoy its play in FIFA 21. This play good.
And
yes.
And did you surprise yourself with a couple of those goals? Because a couple of your reactions, you almost look like you were surprised it went in, or the build-up, or some of the skills.
Oh, I think his sound may have gone.
No.
Oh, there we go.
No understand all that.
Oh, you don't understand it? That's okay. That's all right.
Thank you.
So it's perfectly fine half the time.
Kayed, one question then. We'll keep it really simple, okay? One question. You have got a difficult task tomorrow, but are you confident? Amazing. Well, we'll leave it there, okay? Obviously, we are in different parts of the world, so congratulations for today. We'll see you tomorrow. Good luck, have fun, and we'll be ready for
Thank you, welcome. Thank you.
You're welcome. There we are, Kayed HM. He is making his way through to the next round of the losers bracket. Now, that question you asked there, Mike, obviously was lost a little bit in translation. Different regions, different players, different languages as well. But there's one language that we all know, we all love. It's FIFA 21 right there. And he speaks it fluently. He's very good.
Yeah, I mean, he had really impressive gameplay. There's no one here that would discredit him. And I'm really looking forward to seeing him play tomorrow to see if he can replicate that same type of form.
Right, now let's jump into it, okay? We've had a great day of FIFA 21 action here. The FIFA 21 Global Series West Asia Qualifier #1. And we have got our analysis piece presented by PlayStation.
That's right, and we have to revisit I'd say the man of the day, Meshal, the only one that's undefeated up to this point. Obviously sitting pretty. He's just waiting in the finals right now to see who's going to come up from the losers bracket. I want to talk about step overs because you're going to see it in every single game. It is the best skill move in FIFA 21, and not only because it's universal, but because it combines a bunch of different elements all in one. And if you see this freeze frame, he's turned inside, and you're going to get with the step over a bit of a speed boost. You get unpredictability, and it shields the ball. And this all combines into becoming the most effective skill move in FIFA because defenders don't have a chance. They have to guess. And in a 1v1 matchup, there's just so many scenarios where the offensive player has an advantage. You're going to see the step over. There's the speed burst across the body. Van der Sar, you can't do anything with it.
You can't indeed. And Mike, I was just looking down because it's been a great day of action. I was looking back at some of those fixtures that we have had, some of the games of people coming up against each other. And you mentioned that Meshal has been a standout player. For him, going forward, he must be so much confidence that he must possess because of his performances today. It's a difficult region, but he's here, and this is an opportunity for him to get some global series ranking points, to get some confidence and some cash money on the first qualifier here in this region.
He should definitely pat himself on the back. He should be ecstatic. He got the results he needed to get. The games were close. They were tight. There was back and forth. There's a little bit of everything. He faced adversity and he battled through it. And now he gets the reward of being able to sit into the grand final. He's going to wait for the loser bracket to conclude, and he gets to watch every single match. So he gets research time now to see who's playing well, what players deal maybe with certain formations well or where they struggle, and he can make those adjustments.
He can indeed. We can see the winners bracket right there. Meshal going through to Championship Sunday as we all know it, and we also have our losers bracket as well. We can take a look at that one just there. Yasir going through, beating Juve 9 in the first matchup of round 1. And as we've just seen, Kayed HM beating Imamba Mentality 7-2 to make it through to that loser bracket round 2, where tomorrow we will see Kayed taking on M3. This is it now, Mike. This is where they're going head to head. This is their opportunity to really showcase their skills. And we've got to talk about some of the skills that have been shown today. We've got our top 5 goals of the day.
Oh, please run these top 5 because we had a lot of great goals.
Taking it to perfection. Dinged one over the top. And a lovely flicked on finish. Goodness gracious me. Played out to the right-hand side. The through ball comes. Which player will it end up at? The cut across and the finish. Al Raish has been the one to look to changes more often than not. Stuck with that 4-2-3-1 shape for a lot of this game. But changed the individual players. The fake shot. The lovely shot.
We'll see Michal once again looking for the one-on-one opportunities, as we see another one-on-one opportunity, space potentially to go one-on-one and get the goal back, and he does. So much space now for Yasir to create something. 1-2 passing, link up, and the header off the rebound.
That was the top 5 goals from day 1. Some cheeky ones in there as well. Mike, we've spoken about Michal so much. We saw some of his goals that he did get today as well. Moving into that day 2 now, all right. He's got a real great opportunity to sit back, as you mentioned before, and just watch this losers bracket unfold. And it feels like he's in this position of, well, of comfortability and power.
I don't know if I want to go as far as comfortability because he still has to get the job done, and it depends. I'm not there for his internal reflection or conversation or reviewing of the gameplay because I've been in brackets before where I had the advantage. I'm in the winner's bracket, and if you lose that first game, maybe someone coming up from the loser's bracket, then you start putting a lot of pressure on yourself saying, I should have won this. I should have got the job done. I had a better percentage. I played so well previously. Why am I not playing as good as I did the day before or the day prior? That happens as all these thoughts start running through your head, and sometimes you put yourself in a very non-advantageous position, even though you should have started out and been able to carry through. But I'm sure that he'd much rather be in the winner's bracket, playing less games of FIFA, being able to review what's happening as opposed to having to battle through the loser's bracket.
Let's have a look at what Michal will be watching tomorrow on day 2 of the FIFA 21 Global Series West Asia Qualifier. This is the first qualifier, and this is how day 2 will unfold. At 10:10 Central Eastern Time, we've got Amrabat FC taking on Yasir. And then 11:10, M3 against Kayed HM. Then we've got our round 3 of our losers bracket. And then we will have our loser bracket final right there. And then Michal will be taking on someone in that grand final, as we can see right there. And we have our post-show, another jam-packed schedule for day 2 of the FIFA 21 Global Series West Asia Qualifier number 1. Mike, it's a big day for these competitors. Day 2 is where it gets juicy. Championship Sunday is where we always talk about. And it's the chance for them to really, really get into it.
No, absolutely. And if there's one thing that you can expect, you could clean your apartment, but you're not going to see clean sheets. Every single matchup had a bunch of goals, and I think that's going to continue as the trend heading into Championship Sunday.
They are indeed. It's another big day tomorrow. Make sure you join us here. Make sure you see myself, Mike LaBelle, Nate, and Treaders. We will be taking you through day number 2, and we'll see you there. Have a good one.